Yeah, he's like, I'm going to revoke the licenses of media companies that have offered positive coverage to Kamala Harris is crazy. We are so fucked. Like, we have real issues with a lack of education in this country. We have genuine problems that are far, far more consequential that we can be so easily manipulated. By the way, this is precisely the reason why, like, when you listen to this conversation, when you listen to this fucking conversation, you're like, what the fuck? Like, this is so dumb. Holy, that is so crazy. Let's get to another pathetic dumbass, Donald fucking Trump.
All right, we're rolling. Good to see you, sir. Here we go. One of the things I wanted to talk to you about, I wanted to play this, but we decided we shouldn't play it because it could get copyright strike, and we don't want to get the episode. We don't want anybody to have any sort of way to get it down.
Sure.
But it was the episode of you when you were on The View, and I think it was 2015 or 2006, like when you were running for president.
Right.
And you got introduced as our friend Donald Trump.
That's right.
Whoopi Goldberg gives you a big hug and a kiss. Joy Behar gives you a big hug. Barbara Walters gives you a big hug. They all loved you. They were all talking about how you're, you might be conservative in your financial positions, but you're very liberal socially. They were talking about you.
Yeah, I wonder what happened after that. Gee, I wonder what happened. I don't know, maybe 4 years of his presidency happened where people were like, oh my God, this motherfucker is not even remotely moderate. You remember, the reason why they were saying that back then is because he's a media guy, they're media people, and they're fucking stupid. But also because he did have a lot of fucking moderate positions overall in comparison to the rest of the fucking boring ass Republican Party where he would present himself as a moderate. Dude, what are you saying? That shit started day one? No. You are all remembering Donald Trump's craziest moments when he was running for president in terms of immigration. He was always insane on immigration. But on a lot of social issues, Donald Trump literally redefined the Republican Party. No more fucking deficit hawking. Gone. He'll never talk about it. Said he's going to fucking protect Social Security. Like, said that he was anti-war. He was pro-LGBTQ. Come on, dude.
You in such a favorable light. The audience was cheering, and then you actually started winning in the polls, and then the machine started working towards you.
Yeah.
But there's probably no one in history that I've ever seen that's been attacked the way you've been attacked and the way they've done it, so coordinated and systematically. When you see those same people in the past, very favorable to you, like Oprah, when you were on Oprah's show,
very.
She was encouraging you to
Last
be president.
week, I did one of her last shows, I think maybe Thursday or Friday. That was a big deal, being on Oprah's show, the last one. And I was like one of the last shows in that final week. And I said, boy, we've come a long way since that.
What was it like?
Well, the concept, it was really like two different lives. You know, I had a very wonderful life, but I wanted to do this. The Apprentice was still going very strong. We had 12 seasons, and we had actually...
Has he lost weight? Yes. He has lost weight. He's Mr. Ozempic, I feel like.
14 seasons, 12 years over. They had a couple of them.
Well, they canceled The Apprentice when you were running for president, correct?
No, they had Arnold Schwarzenegger do it. I was involved in that, and I had enough of it, and we did great. It was doing great, but they wanted me to stay. They all came to see me. They said, we're going to give you a contract. They wanted to extend my contract. Mark Burnett is a great guy, and they wanted to extend the contract. Mark said, you're crazy. Don't run. No. Nobody gives up prime time, they said. You know, it's one of those little things, which is probably true.
Nobody gives up prime time, though, for being president?
For running against 20 some odd people, you know. It turned out to be 18 professional people, you know, mostly politicians. They said, who would do this? I mean, it's a long shot. Actually, the heads of NBC came over, the Paul Telegny, all the top people came over to see me, try and talk me out of it, because they wanted to have me extend. The Apprentice was doing well. So it was 14 seasons. It was 12 years. We had 2 seasons where we had a double, which rarely happens. It was just a hot show. And I said, I want to do this. What happened is previously, like 3 years, 4 years before that, they did a poll. They had Mitt Romney, and somehow they put me in a poll, and I blew everybody away. I blew him away, which isn't that hard, frankly, but I blew everybody away. And I said, that's interesting, because I never really gave it that much real thought. I thought about it, but never real thought. But I saw these polls were very good. And so I was thinking about doing it then, but I had a contract with The Apprentice. Plus, I was building 2 big buildings at the time, and I wanted to make sure they got finished up properly. And it was one of those things. The kids were just sort of getting involved. They're very capable kids, but they were getting involved early on. So I did that. I got them done. I had some very good successes. And I came on, and then I thought about it for the next one after the Romney disaster. And I ran, and I won against Hillary. And it was quite an experience, but it was a different life because you're right, The View. I was on The View many, many times, and they loved me.
Just the way people would talk. I mean, even if people had criticisms about you, people that didn't like you, there was always feuds and stuff like that. But the reality was the thing turned on you when they found out that you were going to be president. It was very coordinated. And some people are catching on to that now. There's a lot of people that were longtime Democrats like Elon and Bill Ackman and all these different, very intelligent people.
And they support.
Okay. Yeah, dude. They only now realized it. And not because they became fucking openly right-wing radicalized dumbasses after COVID and realized that if they get on the Trump train, Trump will give them benefits.
Support me now. Bill Ackman
supports
me. He's been very supportive too.
This is what I wanted to ask you. What was it like when you actually got in? Because nobody really can prepare you for that. When you're running for president, you don't really know what it's going to be like when you actually get into office. What did you think it was going to be like?
In office or when I decided to run?
So when you got in.
When I was in. So when I was in and won and was in the White House, essentially. Yes. Well, first of all, it was very surreal.
I would imagine.
It's very interesting. When I got shot, it wasn't surreal. That should have been surreal. When I was laying on the ground, I knew exactly what was going on. I knew exactly where I was hit. They were saying you were hit all over the place because there was so much blood from the ear. You would know that better than anyone. When they get the ear torn up.
Ears bleed a lot,
they bleed. Anyway, so, and I was thinking the other day, when that happened, I really knew where I was.
He's right. He's already fucking priming him. Joe would know. He's a fighter. Chess, stop trying to pick apart everything he's saying. He's saying, I'm in the know. You have to understand something very important in this interview. Joe Rogan is Dana White's guy. Joe Rogan is a massive defender of the UFC and has always been historically. What is unfortunate for American society is that so is the fucking dumbass in the yellow tie sitting in front of him. This is a massive part of how this interview is being conducted or why this interview is being conducted, beyond the fact that Joe is also right-wing and also incapable of doing an adversarial interview if his life depended on it.
I knew exactly what happened. I said I wasn't hit anywhere else. With the presidency, it was a very surreal experience, okay?
Like, what's day one like? You win, you get inaugurated, holy shit, I'm the president.
Yeah, that's what happened. So I'm driving down Pennsylvania Avenue. I just built a building on Pennsylvania, the hotel, the old post office it was. We called it Trump National Hotel. And we sold it to the Waldorf Astoria. And it was a wonderful thing. But I'm driving down, I'm passing the hotel. You've never seen so many motorcycles, police, military. It was a major thing. I got off. Really the first time I used Air Force One, landed, and we're coming down, and it was very beautiful. I mean, it was incredible. And we're going down Pennsylvania Avenue in the opposite direction. Normally you're used to going one way, and all of a sudden you're going the other way. The street was loaded up, and I wanted to go out, and I wanted to wave to everybody, but that wasn't smart. The kid's a little bit dangerous, right? I mean, when you watch like Kennedy and some others, right? But I really felt, I don't know, the love was so crazy. And so I did get out of the car for a brief, just for a very short walk. I thought it was very important to do. And Melania got out with her beautiful dress on that became sort of a staple. It was, people loved it. And Barron, and we're walking down the street. But where it really got amazing, we get to the White House, and now it's a little bit before dark, beautiful. And we went up to the president's quarters. They call them the presidential quarters. And I'm standing in this beautiful hallway. It's funny. Nobody ever talks about the White House as being beautiful inside. You think it's going to be, everything's going to be all metal doors and stuff. It's not. It's so beautiful. I made my money largely on luxury. The hallway is like 25 feet wide. The ceiling heights are, it's so beautiful. But I was standing there, and I said to the guys, I want to see the Lincoln bedroom. I had never seen the Lincoln bedroom. I'd heard about the Lincoln bedroom. And I was standing with my wife. I said, do you believe it? This is the Lincoln bedroom. I mean, it was like, it was amazing. Because look, if you love the country, but here you're, the Lincoln bedroom. And the bed, he was very tall. He was 6'6", which then would be like Barron.
Right.
Would be like Barron Trump. He's 6'9", but 6'6". He was very tall. Then on top of that, he wore that. Yeah, there it is. It's a long bed, elongated bed, and because people were shorter than you see. Some of the chairs are very, very low to the ground, actually, but he had the long bed, and they had. You had the Gettysburg Address right on that, right under that. You can't see it here, but right there, the original version of the Gettysburg Address. And this is the original. And I'm looking, and I just looked around. I said, do you believe this? Because I was never first of all, even if you were a politician, but I was never a politician. I sort of just started, right?
Right.
And all of a sudden, I'm standing in the White House. And it was very, very surreal. That room was so beautiful to me, much more beautiful than it actually is. To me, when I looked at the bed, and the bed, you could see it was a little bit longer, had to be a little bit longer. He lost his son, and they suffered, the two of them suffered from melancholia. They didn't call it depression. They called it melancholia, and they suffered from it. He was a very depressed guy, and she was a very depressed woman, more so than him. And on top of that, they lost their son, whose name was Ted. And it was just seeing it.
I think he fucks up the name of the sons, but he's not wrong. But also, I don't know why. No, he has, one of his children died before the assassination, I think. But the one, Tad died after. Tad died a tad bit after. I'm actually interested in this conversation. This is something that I haven't heard from Trump before. I'll admit, as the #1 Trump stan, like I'm like a fucking library of fascinating Trump information. It's weird how much he knows about this particular thing. I'm wondering if it's like a deliberate decision that his advisors gave him, but he doesn't really listen to his advisors, so I don't know. To really like beef up one unique aspect of American history. Maybe he just like genuinely does care about Abraham Lincoln. It's like a personal fascination of his. He's not beating the fucking asexual biromantic allegations, I'll be honest with you. Because like Abraham Lincoln was also bisexual. Just saying. But yeah, he got the names wrong. He didn't. Tad died after. The other one died before. But that's besides the point. It's still kind of interesting that he knows.
Little pictures, a little tiny picture. I mean, you can't see the details there. Little tiny, everything the way it was. A little tiny picture of Tad, who he lost, and it was devastating. And he was, he was in a war. He was having a hard time because he couldn't beat Robert E. Lee. Robert E. Lee won like 13 battles in a row, and he was getting like a phobia, like a fighter. A lot about the fight stuff, but like. I went to a UFC fight, and it was a champion who was 14-1 about a year ago. You would know the names. 14-1, and the only guy he lost to was this one guy, but the guy that he was fighting was like almost just an average fighter. Lost numerous times, but he beat this one guy. So I said, okay.
I really don't know who you're talking about. I'm trying to.
I will figure it out.
Okay.
But about a year ago. But the point is that he lost. He wasn't nearly the fighter as the one, but. The one who was not nearly the fighter had beaten. He's the only guy that beat the champ like 5 years before. And I said, I'll take the guy that won the other fight. And that's what happened. He beat him a second time.
Sometimes
Lincoln,
psychological advantages.
Yeah, what is this crazy thing? Lincoln had I don't know, I've never read this. I heard it from people in the White House who really understand what was going on with the whole life of the White House. But Lincoln had the yips about, in a way, as the golfers would say. He had a phobia about Robert E. Lee. He said, I can't beat Robert, because Robert E. Lee won many battles in a row. He was just beating the hell out of him. You know, they tried to get Robert E. Lee to be on the North, but he said, no, I have to be with my state.
He's like, nah, I just love, look, I love the practice of slavery. So that's not going to work.
You know, the state was his whole thing, and he went to the South. And he was, I've had generals tell me, we have some great generals, the real generals, not the ones you see on television, the ones that beat ISIS with me. We defeated ISIS in record time. It was supposed to take years, and we did it in a matter of weeks. These are great generals. These are tough guys. These are not woke guys. But their favorite general in terms of genius was Robert E. Lee.
In terms of strategy, you mean?
Strategically. He took a war that should have been over in a few days, and it was, you know, years of hell, a vicious war.
I'm beginning to notice a thing with Donald Trump. I feel like he loves generals on the racist loser side of every conflict. My man might as well be like born in fucking Northern Ireland, like the Northern Irish Protestant. The way he's like supporting all of the worst generals, man. What the fuck? He's like, I want Adolf Hitler's generals. I want them. They were brilliant. I want that. Very strange stuff from him. Like, Robert E. Lee got fucking owned, dude. He got owned.
And so here I am standing there. And again, I had never really done this before. You know, I ran a number of months before I won. I probably, I guess if you figured max it out, it would be a year, something like that. So I had never run for office. And I did well. I mean, I went into debates. We had 18 people, including me. And then slowly but surely they started to disappear. We had debates, good debates.
Everyone's aware of all this stuff. But what I want to get to is, like, what was the experience once you got inside?
It
like,
was just
what did you think it was going to be like in terms of, like, your ability to govern?
Yeah.
Like, this is your first experience governing anything. You've never been a governor. You've never been a mayor.
Yeah,
right.
private stuff.
Business.
Yeah.
But now all of a sudden you're inside the White House.
The biggest thing was just that first moment of being in this hallowed, it was really a hallowed place to me. It was
surreal.
It was beyond. To me, that was the experience. It was a surreal experience. And then with time, that wears off. With time, it becomes, you know, your place where you stay. And I was doing a lot of, I had two things that I really focused on: governing the country and survival. Because from the moment I won, before I got to office, all of a sudden, they came down. I mean, nobody has ever been treated that way. And you see that. I mean, you see where in the Washington Post very early on they said, well, now the impeachment stuff starts. And it did. I mean, it literally started from the beginning. So I had survival and run the nation. I had a combination. Most people don't have the survival. They get in.
What did you expect, though, in terms of, like, once you got inside, you had to appoint all these people?
Yeah.
Like, how many appointments did you have to make?
Well, you have
actually
10,000 appointments. Now, they're different. You know, you have big ones, and then they appoint 100 people and 200 people. But the president really is involved with approximately 10,000 appointments. So you'll appoint a Secretary of State, and he or she will appoint a lot of people. So it's a lot. But in terms of major ones, you probably have like 100, but they're big ones. Treasury, state, military.
And how did you know who to appoint?
Well, I didn't. I had.
That's. I was just about to say he didn't, but he said it anyway. He did not. He was like, who's the rich guy that wants to fuck this? Okay. Who's the rich guy? Show me a rich guy that has spent their entire life trying to fuck this agency. I'm going to put them in charge.
You did. Experience. You have to understand. Joe.
So
I was there 17 times in Washington, and I never stayed over. According to the press, which I think is probably right, over the years, I was only there 17 times. I never stayed over. So now I'm sitting there, I'm saying, this place is gorgeous, but, you know, I don't know anybody. It's like you know, you go to certain areas, and other areas, they may be great. Washington was great. Washington's not so great right now. We got to fix it. We got to make it better. A very dangerous place, very badly maintained place. We're going to make it great. We're going to make it better. We're going to bring it back. But I wasn't a Washington guy. I was a New York guy. I was a New York builder, and I built buildings in New York, and I knew that whole world, but I didn't know the Washington world too well. And all of a sudden, you're supposed to be appointing top people. So,
what did you think it was going to be like? Versus, like, did you have any ideas of what it was going to be like?
Okay. Contrary to what a lot of the naysayers in the chat are saying, I don't think this is as boring as I thought it was going to be. A lot of this is new stuff. Even if he's going over old shit, it is surprisingly new. And while he is rambling a bit so far, and I think it'll get worse and worse, we have to look at this with fresh eyes and an honest perspective. Because you and me have already made up our minds on Donald Trump. Whereas the actual dumbasses who are like, oh, I'm undecided, I still don't know, maybe I might vote for Donald Trump. Like, they are going to watch this interview, and we have to put ourselves in the mindset of a person like that. Okay. And I think so far, 15 minutes in, this is very humanizing for Donald Trump, which is not good. Okay. Not good at all.
Like, and what was different?
Well, I was always involved in politics, but usually from the standpoint of a donor. I was a donor. You know, I was a big donor. I gave money to politicians. I enjoyed politics.
Mostly Democrats, right?
Both, really, pretty much both. I actually pictures of Ronald Reagan and me when I was very young.
You were a Democrat until like what year?
I was a Democrat. I could get you the exact, but the early 90s. The early 90s. I switched over eventually. Actually, they had a reform party.
So undecided voters are dumbasses now? Yes. If you're talking about the uncommitted movement, that's entirely separate than undecided voters. Yes. Have you ever encountered an undecided voter? Like, that is one of the most common memes in this community, is like, we love making fun of undecided voters. It's 10 days out, man.
Party. I was thinking about doing that for a little while, but then fortunately I didn't, because it's very hard. You know, it's a two-party system. And anytime you hear third party, I know you like RFK Jr., and so do I. He's a fantastic guy.
I do, but I thought that being an independent was nonsense.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work because even if you do great, you're not going to get Congress. In other words, you need now to say, okay, now I'll get half of Congress that's never going to vote for you. So even if you got there, which is very hard, and I know how you feel about Bobby, and I feel the same way, and he's now with us. But it doesn't. It's pure and simple. It's a two-party system.
Right.
And somebody, I won't mention his name, but somebody spent $250 million trying to get the nomination as a Reform Party candidate or whatever, and they got just nowhere. You get eaten. You just get eaten. The system eats you alive.
Right.
So. So it was really somebody that not only was new to Washington, but was new to politics. So in the office of the presidency, over the years, all those presidents, you've had 92% were politicians and 8% were generals. General Eisenhower, General Washington, right? General George Washington, you had generals. So it's 8% no admirals, 8% generals, and 92% politicians. You know, they're politicians.
What's really annoying about this is that, like, Trump did one debate with Kamala Harris, got absolutely fucking cumstered so hard that it literally improved Kamala's approvals. And then he just stopped then he realized, like, oh, fuck, I can't do this again. And I feel like the Democratic Party didn't even shit on him enough for chickening out of his second debate. And then he spent every single waking moment after that doing a full court press on as many independent and as many traditional outlets as he possibly can. Oftentimes the traditional outlets being like very right-wing outlets that he gives interviews to, which solidifies his base. And then anytime he wants to reach out to audiences that maybe are not tuning into Fox News, he went on every single independent media outlet over and over and over again. And I think that has played a decent role in his approval ratings going up, or not rather approval ratings going up, but like his polls going up in general.
Politicians, and they go on. So they never had a business guy, or they never had a guy that wasn't elected to an office. They were all like Ronald Reagan he was a movie actor, and then but he became the governor of California for, I think, 2 terms, and then he ran. So you'd never had a thing like this. But in terms of me, and sometimes I'd use it as an excuse, and I don't like having excuses actually, but I'd use it as an excuse. I had to rely on people that I respected or liked, but that I didn't know that well because I didn't know them that well. Some of those people I campaigned against because,
I'm a dock worker and I was unloading cargo ships from China and a box fell out and broke. Papers flew everywhere. When I picked them up, I noticed they were ballots with Harris marked on them.
When you have 18 people, we had mostly politicians running in the election, running in the primaries. And they got knocked out one by one, but I got to like some of them. Some of them I didn't like at all, and I don't like them now. And I'd rely on them, and I'd rely on other people. So all of a sudden, people would come in, I'd like to recommend so-and-so to be Secretary of State, and I'd have 3, 4 people recommend. One thing I can tell you, Joe, everybody wants the position.
Of course.
No, but sometimes I'll hear, a lot of people don't want to work with Trump because Trump is tough to work with, et cetera. Let me tell you. Everybody wants to be any one of these positions. They die for it.
Of course.
Now, they don't want to be known. I mean, there's a particular guy in New York, primarily, very big, very successful, very strong, very political, although he's not a politician. He'd give anything to be Secretary of State. But if they ask him, no, I don't think I would do it. But in the meantime, begging for it, okay, begging. They all.
I believe you.
Everybody wants it.
But what I wanted to get
by the
to,
way, no matter what you do, but it's very dangerous to pick somebody outside of a politician because a politician's been basically vetted for years.
Right.
You pick a business guy, and they've never been vetted at all, and they're the head of a big company or something, but they've never been vetted. You know nothing about his personal life. You know nothing about where he's been. When you put him in, it's a little bit dangerous because all of a sudden.
Is he making a case against voting for Donald Trump the first time? Like, what the fuck?
Suddenly you get checked up and you hear things that you're saying, wow, this is not going to work out too well. So it's very dangerous. Picking people that are outside of politics is somewhat dangerous.
So you're kind of stuck in a position where you have to pick established people. And then the problem with established people is established people are already indoctrinated into the system.
And they're stiffs in many cases.
Oh, I hate this fucking argument. He literally said he was involved in DC. He was involved in politics as a billionaire with investments that routinely fucking lobbied Congress. Like, that is being a part of the system. That is being indoctrinated. Why are people refusing to recognize that? Like, we are the dumbest country on the fucking planet with our insane admiration for wealthy people. No care or concern or consideration to how that wealth was acquired. Was it ethical? Was it unethical? Through what means? Oh, he's a businessman and he's rich, so he must have done a lot of good stuff, because everyone just automatically assumes that that is the case. You forget companies can be bad, not the people in charge of them. What are you talking about? If a company is bad, it's because the people in charge of the company are bad. It's never because the workers are bad either. It's because the people directing the company are bad, making bad decisions. Now, it's not even good or bad. I don't have this like liberal fucking association with like good, bad dynamics. It's just that the outcome of a company in the interest of improving its profit margins can lead to a shit ton of awful things for onlookers, for other stakeholders, workers themselves, the people that are living in the aftermath of the environmental catastrophes that these companies engage in.
Stiffs. They're survivors. I find that,
What do you mean by stiffs? When you say stiffs?
a stiff, they don't have nothing. They have nothing. Or they're smart and survive. One little thing. So there was a congressman years before I ran, and I was very close to him. And I needed a license on something, and he was very important in getting the license. But it was a little bit controversial, the license, this particular thing that was being licensed. But I was close to this guy and helped him and everything else. And I went to him. I said, I'd like to have your help. And he said, let me take a look at it. I said, ooh, that's not too good. But I really hope you don't. Anyway, he tapped me along for a long period of time and ultimately didn't do it. And I said, you are a stiff. You could have done this thing so easy, etc. But it was controversial. He was in Congress for many years, like 28 years. And, you know, there's a reason when somebody's there for 28 years, you got to be sort of smart.
Right.
You know, you have
A
all the
survivor.
scandals. And I realized he was a survivor. What
And
he
so they
did-
never do anything controversial.
do-
they never take any chances
yeah,
or
they
speak
don't
their
take-
opinion that's outside of the. Yeah.
sometimes. And yet I don't disrespect him for it.
So-
I actually respected the guy more in a certain way. I said,
Because
you
he
know,
did survive.
You know what? He's been there like for 28 years, and he made it through. A lot of people don't make it through.
It's a good way for non-exceptional people to survive.
Well, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it certainly is.
Trump is literally explaining how being a corrupt billionaire is done and no one can do anything about it. Law, I know. A lot of people don't remember that one of his most solid fucking bars was when he ripped Hillary Clinton, or sorry, he ripped everyone. He did it to Hillary Clinton as well. But he ripped all the politicians that were on stage with him on the Republican primaries, where he said, I've bought all of these people on stage. I'm a billionaire. I bought all those people on stage. When I make a call, they pick up the call. They don't pick up your call. They pick up my call. That was a moment where a lot of people were like, damn, he's just saying the quiet part out loud. It was a recognition that many Americans have. I think he's basically doing that here as well. The difference, however, is that he was the president for 4 years, and he objectively did not actually drain the swamp, because drain the swamp was an anti-corruption message, right? What was your initial view of Trump? Well, I mean, you can go back and find my initial views of Trump. I said he was a unimaginably dangerous piece of shit, like an incredibly dire prospect for America's future. There's videos of me debating Jimmy Dore on the Young Turks, where Jimmy Dore was, and I hated Hillary Clinton. I mean, I openly talked about how much she sucked. But if you go back, you can hear my opinion. I fucking talked to Jimmy Dore about how Donald Trump is not is not the peaceful dove that he claims he is, and that while Hillary Clinton is a warmonger as well, certainly Donald Trump has made no assurances that he will do less wars. And not only that, but also the most dire prospect of this, the most dire prospect of the Trump administration, if he were to win, would be for the Supreme Court, all of which came to be true, by the way. That was when Jimmy Dore also wasn't as like insane as he is now, which is kind of funny to think. Like he used to be kind of cool. He was like anti-cop. He was anyway, yeah, Jimmy Dore used to be not as insane. It's funny to be like, yeah, the fucking registered Republican was probably a HasanAbi fan. Yeah, dude, definitely. Famous registered Republicans in my audience that are also fans of like YouTube gun guys. So much so that they go and buy their merchandise instead of my merchandise, which you can get at ideology.shop.
So you're in there. You have 10,000 appointments you have to make. Like, so you're getting advice from people. And at one point in time, did you have a moment in time where you realized like these are bad choices? Like some of these people I shouldn't have had in there.
Oh yeah, I think so. The one question that you'll ask me, that I think you'll ask me, that people seem to ask, and I always come up with the same answer. Yeah,
that's interesting, by the way. All those like, we're the real left. We're the real radical left. Fuck the Democratic Party guys. Notice how all of those guys launched their attacks against me and Sam Cedar and Emma Vigilant. Like they launched their attacks against me and Majority Report. And look where they're at now. Look who they are supporting now. Every single one of them. Every single one of these supposedly real revolutionary leftist guys, they are all in the tank for Donald Trump. They all attack me and fucking Majority Report nonstop. Our opinions never changed. They're now all pro-Trump. Jimmy Dore, Tulsi Gabbard's fan base. All of those like random fucking, what is it called? Like there was a bunch of like random online guys too. What was it? The Tulsels are different too. There's like, I forget their names now. Remember one of them fucking wrote like a poem about how he wanted to assassinate me? Nico House? Yeah, those guys. Majority Report did get pretty libbed up though, you gotta admit. I don't care. I think Majority Report is very good. Yeah, the first of guys. No, not the intellectual dark web, dude. No. The intellectual dark web is a different version of that. The intellectual dark web was a bunch of Trump supporters who masqueraded as like centrist for the most part, or center-right. But it also had the likes of Ben Shapiro in it too. And it had Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin originally started off like, I'm the real progressive. The progressives have gone too far left. I'm a classical liberal. And then he, of course, predictably, just like the rest of these fucking cranks, firmly became a part of the committed Trump camp. Kyle Kulinski is one of the only guys in that genre that didn't go down that road. I will always have so much love in my heart and so much respect for Kyle Kulinski, because that's not the first time Kyle Kulinski has not fucking fallen down that rabbit hole when he could have. Kyle Kulinski's early start as, secular talk, he was an atheist guy. And out of all of those atheist guys, out of all of those like online atheist guys, he was the only one that did not fall into the Islamophobia train. The only one who held on to his principles and was like, yeah, I'm not going to fucking be like this insane Islamophobe. Every single one of those fucking original atheist, anti-Bush guys, anti-Bush atheists became insane Islamophobes under the Obama administration. Every single one of them. Kyle never did. And then Kyle liked Tulsi and Yang too much for my taste. I've had those conversations with him way back then. Didn't fall down the fucking Tulsa crank ship ever, respect.
The one mistake, because I had a lot of success, great economy, great everything. Everything was great. We the military, we rebuilt it, biggest tax cuts in history, all this stuff. We had a great presidency. 3 Supreme Court justices. Most people get none. You pick them young. This way they're there for 50 years, right? So, even if a president is there for 8 years, oftentimes they never have a chance. I had 3. It was sort of the luck of the draw. But I will say that it always comes back to the same answer. The biggest mistake I made was I picked some people. I picked some great people, but you don't think about that. I picked some people that I shouldn't have picked. I picked a few people that I shouldn't have picked. And
neocons?
Yeah, neocons, or bad people, or disloyal people, or
people that were just
people
bad,
that were into the
people got bad advice.
Yeah, you're reading about them a little bit today. A guy like Kelly, who was a bully, but a weak person. You know more about bullies than anybody probably around, because you deal in a certain sport where the bullies are exposed very quickly.
Yeah.
But he's bad. Bolton was an idiot, but he was great for me, because I'd go in with a guy like a John Bolton. John Bolton. A friend of mine called me up. I was picking Bolton, and he's a very smart guy. His name is Phil Ruffin. He's a very rich guy from Las Vegas. He's a great card player. He doesn't play cards, but he's a great player. He's just a natural. Got poker sense, right? The good old poker sense. And Phil Ruffin is a very, very wise kind of a guy, and one of the richest people around, and has had great success and understands people. So it was in that I was picking Bolton, or I picked Bolton. He called up. He said, "Don't pick him. Why? He's a bad guy." Now, he wasn't in politics at all. He's in various businesses. He said, "He's a bad guy. It always works out bad with that guy." I said, "Oh man, I wish you told me this 2 weeks ago. I already hired him. He's here," and he was right. But he was good in a certain way. He's a nut job, and every time I had to deal with a country, when they saw this whack job standing behind me, they said, "Oh man, Trump's going to go to war with us." He was with Bush when they went stupidly into the Middle East. They should have never done it. I used to say it as a civilian. So I always got more publicity than other people. And it wasn't like I was trying. In fact, I don't know exactly why. Maybe you can tell me why.
Oh, I could definitely tell you. You said a lot of wild shit.
Maybe. Maybe
he said a lot of wild shit, and then CNN, in all their brilliance, by highlighting your wild shit, made you much more popular.
Yeah.
And they boosted you in the polls because people were tired of someone talking in this bullshit, pre-prepared politician lingo. And
yeah, just wild shit. Like, Mexicans are rapist drug dealers. The worst part about it is that, like, he said a lot of wild shit, But also, the media would like criticize some of the normal shit that he was saying and package it in with the wild shit that he was saying. And that's what made people aware of like the good shit that he was saying that was being presented as bad. Like when he would say things like, I bought off all of your asses. I bought off all of your asses on stage. When you fucking present that to the broader American population, they're going to be like, wait, I agree with that. What the fuck do you mean? I agree with what he just said.
Even if they didn't agree with you, they at least knew whoever that guy is, that's him. That's really him. Yeah. When you see certain people talk, certain people in the public eye, you don't know who they are. You have no idea who they are. It's very difficult to know. You see them in conversations. They have these pre-planned answers. They say everything. It's very rehearsed. You never get to the meat of it. One of the beautiful things about you is that you free ball. Like you get out and you do these huge events and you're just talking and you're making. We've highlighted you on the show many times when you did this Biden impression where he's walking around, he doesn't know what he's doing. It's funny. It's stand up. It's funny stuff. But it's like you and you were making fun of Elon one time. You were doing an Elon impression. It's great. You have like comedic instincts. Like when you said to Hillary, you'd be in jail. Like that's great timing. Yeah. But it's like that kind of stuff was unheard of as a politician. Like no one had done that. And I think...
it's funny. You need at least the attitude of a comedian when you're doing this business. This is a very dangerous business, first of all. It's a very tough business.
It's the most dangerous business.
It's the most, well, for a job?
Yes. I mean, other than going to war and being a firefighter or being a cop, it's the most dangerous business.
It's the most dangerous. Being president is the most dangerous.
Especially you. I mean, you haven't even got to the election. There's been 2 assassination attempts, and they've brushed those out of the news like it was nothing.
Yeah, they'd rather not talk about them.
Imagine if there was assassination attempts on Biden, how hard people would be attacking the right, how they would be trying to get guns taken away from people. They would try to ramp up gun laws. They would try to figure out some way to blame you. If there was attacks if Biden got shot in the ear, we would have never heard the end of it.
But I think
I think in this day and age, first of all, Biden is the sitting president. That's number one. Number two, while people don't like Biden for understandable reasons, the polarization on Biden is nowhere near as bad as the polarization is on Donald Trump. And last but not least, no, in this fucking media cycle, absolutely we would have forgotten about it. Absolutely. And I gave evidence to this. It wasn't necessarily just, CNN cynically trying to not talk about Trump being shot. They covered it non-fucking stop when it happened. It's just that with our current attention span, things like that normally would change the trajectory of elections get cast aside pretty quickly. Another reason for why it didn't make prominent news was because it didn't fit the normal Republican standard. They couldn't make messaging around it and then have the liberals defend against that messaging. Why? Because the guy was a registered Republican and he was white. And not only was he white, but he fit the school shooter profile. And Republicans hate talking about the school shooter profile of a radicalized white boy with a whole lot of swag. Okay? Because those are their guys. Those are your base. Sure, Jan? No, dude, you're right. It's actually a massive conspiracy from liberal media. And that's the reason why you stopped talking about it as a Trump supporter, dumbass. Why the fuck did Ben Shapiro stop talking about Donald Trump being shot in the fucking ear? Because there wasn't motion there. Okay? There wasn't any motion there. There wasn't anything that they could like turn into a serious thing. They couldn't commercialize it. They couldn't package it. Okay? That was one of the major reasons why the story went away. It's so dumb. It's such copium. Video of you saying Donald Trump was another Republican in 2016. Yeah. So many people will not understand what I mean here, though. I hate Donald Trump and I hate the Republicans. I was right on this, by the way. This is one of my best takes.
Made a headline statement in Japan at the G7 summit regarding world leaders' bafflement with Trump. But Trump is not a new type of politician. Yes, his background isn't in politics, but in reality TV for the most part. Yes, he looks like a discarded leather bag. Yes, his own party still has issues backing him, but Trump's statements are mere reflections of the American populace, and his policy positions that he consistently goes back and forth on are no different than the others in the Republican Party, when it fits the bill.
So if Caitlyn Jenner were to walk into Trump Tower and want to use the bathroom, you would be fine with her using any bathroom she chooses?
That is correct.
Well, the party generally believes that whatever you're born, that's the bathroom you use.
Well, what about you?
And I say let the states decide.
But aside from his similar rhetoric and style to American politicians, Trump's vision or lack thereof at most points is almost identical to what passes for a vision coming from a number of other prominent world leaders. One similarity is that Trump's campaign is almost entirely free of policy. His appeal rests primarily on the cult of personality he's created, with major assistance, mostly from the ass-kissing media, that is. And his supporters follow him for his charisma, much like we follow the Kardashians. With Trump, the messenger is also the message. He doesn't rely on a team of handlers telling him what to say, and he writes all of his own speeches, or composes them off the cuff half the time. While this may seem odd for an American politician, many foreign leaders like Saddam Hussein, Muammar Gaddafi, or even Turkey's current president Recep Tayyip Erdogan have risen to power on the strength of a similarly individualistic appeal. And in his self-written speeches and tweets, Trump channels one consistent sentiment: anger. He taps into the feelings shared by many disaffected, racist, and homophobic Americans that Obama and his cadre of intellectual elites have captured the government, and with it, the culture. Trump rails against this trend and claims he will make the kind of changes that this marginalized group of angry Americans want on the issues they care about, and not on the issues that matter to the liberal media like Black Lives Matter and transgender rights. This is what they think, and not me. Erdogan launched his career on a similar tide of anti-elitism back in 2002. He also leveraged conservative religious values to gain support among rural, poorly educated Turks who felt ignored and abandoned by the existing westernized elite power structure.
This is why I was railing against Trump pretty early on from the start, and talked about how dangerous he was, because the original Donald Trump was Recep Tayyip Erdogan in my fucking life. I saw that shit. I saw that shit from a mile away. This video was on June 12th, 2016. 8 goddamn years ago. You aged little bro, Sag. I think I look better now than I did there.
Turkey since then has only made headlines for frequent human rights abuses and a political shift that tilted a once thriving democracy towards totalitarianism. And Trump's anger is infused with more than a mere whiff of nativism. His anti-Muslim and anti-immigration sentiments are mirrored by the views of the rising right in Europe. The migrant crisis has played a large part in this increasing tension, with 1.3 million people seeking asylum in the EU, and it's caused a hostile backlash across Europe. Yet these same leaders seem surprised about Trump's success here in the US. And finally, Trump has benefited significantly from the economic downturn. In Europe, the Eurozone crisis has led to the rise of the right wing. And while the American economy is growing, albeit slowly, income disparity persists. As 538 mentions, the state of the American economy is most apparent in income.
This is one thing that people don't understand, including Ezra Klein at New York Times. I was listening to his latest podcast talking to a fucking Manhattan Institute guy. God, he's such a goddamn liberal. People forget that Trump won in 2016 because people were fucking angry about the dire state of affairs in the economy. People now look at, like, in 2024, they're like, what do you mean? The economy is rebounding. The economy is rebounding. Why the fuck are these people not looking at the data? Why the fuck are people not looking at the data? It's like, bro, they were fucked up in 2016 too. The fuck? Why are you comparing the economy now to where it was in 2020? Yeah, it's doing better overall, but at its best, the economy was still not good for the average fucking American. Okay? There is still a massive affordability crisis for everyday Americans. And it existed in 2016. And the party's lack of interest, the Democratic Party's lack of interest in addressing those fucking material problems is part of the reason why people are like, all right, well, fuck you. I'm going to vote for Donald Trump then. I'm going to shake things up.
Stagnation. In 2004, the annual real median household income was around $55,000. 10 years later, it had dropped to roughly $53,000. This economic landscape has left America ripe for a political revolution. Unfortunately, due to our lizard brains and our inability to look away from the shiny, bright object that is Donald Trump, he's been able to capitalize on these conditions to become the weird, tiny-handed voice of this revolution. So I guess what I'm saying is, I'm honestly surprised that an intelligent man like Obama can talk about Trump as a minor oddity and not the threat to democracy he truly represents. World leaders shouldn't be surprised by Trump. They should be terrified and realize that when they look at Trump, they're really looking into the mirror, but with like a really ugly red Make America Great Again trucker hat filter.
You go a pitch up when you're practicing, apparently? What? This is an AI video? No, man, it's an old ass video.
He's in good shape because it's only consequential president.
Damn, you were a lib? No, I wasn't. The fuck are you talking about? I mean, I was definitely more libbed up in 2016. I've definitely grown more angry since then. But no, my arguments are almost all the fucking same. Like, what are you talking about?
If you take a look at what's happened, look, I'm for having countries pay us billions and billions and trillions even dollars. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. Nobody took in 10 cents, not one other president. I do things that make it, that don't necessarily make me so popular. I just do what's right. And when you do that, you're more, look at Iran. We would have never had the attack on Israel at all. Iran was broke. I told China, if you buy, you can't do business in the United States under any circumstance. We're going to go cold turkey with China. Some people think that would have been a good idea anyway. But if you buy any oil, 1 barrel of oil from them, you're not doing business. And I said that to many countries. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money. But I make myself, I understand what I'm doing. You make yourself a target. And it's a very dangerous business. But if you just look at statistically, so I saw a thing, I don't know if it's right, but 0.1% for a race car driver. It's a pretty dangerous business, right?
Yeah.
0.1% for a bull rider. I tell you, to me,
you're talking death.
These guys that ride the bulls is worse than UFC. It's worse.
Yeah.
These guys, you see these big monster bulls, and you see it in slow motion where the foot is like, an inch away from the head. If it hits him, the guy's gone. But they die. They die.
So 0.1% die. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, 0.1% die.
Right.
And they certainly get hurt badly. Really, they can't walk after a certain period of time. But with a president, if you look at
the amount of assassination attempts.
And attempts, too.
Yeah.
And attempts. No, it's a very dangerous position. I never thought of that, by the way, when I did it. You don't tend to think.
Did you just assume because people loved you on The Apprentice, they were going to love you as a president?
I figured it would be so easy. It's
well,
very
it probably
interesting.
would have been if the media.
That is what happened. That was a big part of the reason why he had so much recognition. Yes, he came into the fray as an outsider, but with a shit ton of name recognition as a direct consequence of like all of the fucking money that was spent promoting him as a media figure. This is the same problem with Elon Musk. It's the same problem with J.D. Vance. Dumbass liberals. Well, I guess with Donald Trump, how could they have known? That's besides the point. But like with J.D. Vance, you could have known. With Elon Musk, you should have known. They prop these people up. They give them endless amounts of free advertising in the form of positive coverage. And it's always like there's always no questions about like whether this might actually end up backfiring. It's so fucking stupid. It's so goddamn stupid. They did this shit. They do this shit time and time again. J.D. Vance has national prominence directly as a consequence of MSNBC. Okay? Netflix gave him a fucking movie for his book that he wrote, Hillbilly Elegy. Elon Musk, as a billionaire, got a tremendous amount of media coverage that was positive, as is afforded to billionaires in general. And then what does he do with that? He does with that good PR what every fucking rabid psychopathic billionaire is going to do. He uses all that fucking earned media to his advantage to change the trajectory of American society in very meaningful ways, in very negative ways.
Didn't attack you the way they did. If they didn't conflate you with Hitler, even today, like Kamala was talking about you and Hitler. They're going to take what you said about Robert E. Lee. Oh, Donald Trump wishes the South won.
That's right. He loves Robert E. Lee.
They love to take things out of context
but
and
you do.
distort things.
Well, they don't even have to take them out. They make them up entirely. Okay,
They do
make
that,
'em.
too.
But it's interesting when you mentioned the I was very popular, and all those people loved me. I mean, some of these women, they're so stupid, and Joy, she would every time she'd see me, I'd be in the theater or something.
The thing is, like, he does like Robert E. Lee, so I don't know if it's out of context or not. Like, I don't understand why anyone would assume it's out of context in that situation. Not only does he like Robert E. Lee, but he's like, trying to do what Robert E. Lee was doing, time adjusted to the United States of America now. He's defended the statues, the Robert E. Lee statues, over and over again. He has flexed on how he has prosecuted people. I don't know.
It's just, you have to be on the show again. Come on, let's go.
She loved you.
To love me.
That episode where
By the way,
people
Whoopi.
should watch that episode just to see what we're talking about. Like I said, we don't want to get a copyright strike, so we're not going to put it up. But
okay.
if you watch the episode, it's bananas. It's like an alternative universe, and it's only
but Whoopi
9
loved
years
me.
ago.
Whoopi loved me.
You, gives you a hug and a kiss.
And how about that other one, the new one on there, the one from my administration? She writes me a letter. You're the greatest president. She leaves. She worked as an assistant press secretary. I hardly knew her. But she leaves and she writes me this gorgeous letter. What's her name? She was, I don't even know. She was in the administration. She's on now currently. Sits on the far right-hand side, whatever the hell her name is. And she writes a letter, the most beautiful letter. She's quoted in the paper. He's a consequential. He was the greatest president, blah, blah, blah. Then all of a sudden she goes to the View. She started hitting the hell out of me. Because they won't hire her unless. I've had many people go on CNN and they called and said, I don't know what to do. They want to pay me a lot, but I have to be negative on you. I said, be negative. That's okay. There are guys on like CNN, they won't hire them. Sean Duffy is a congressman, and he retired. He got a good job with CNN, but he was only positive about Trump. So they kept him, but they would never put him on. I mean, I respect what he did. He could have gone, negative. I tell people, go negative. Let my friends make the money.
Well,
it's
just
so crooked. The press is
crooked.
so crooked.
It's crooked, but it's also they're diminishing themselves. They're killing all their credibility, and it's opening up the credibility to new media. It's opening up the credibility to independent media. All these.
The worst I've ever seen, though, and I've seen the worst. I mean, I've been a part of it. I've seen the worst. Kamala goes on 60 Minutes, gave an answer that a child wouldn't give. It was so bad. And 60 Minutes took the answer out. They took the whole, and they put another answer in.
They edited it deceptively.
Which didn't make sense either, but it was better. They took it wasn't editing. It was fraud. This was not editing. Editing is where I'll give an answer and they'll take a couple of words and change them around, or they might even take a sentence or two off, which is very bad. But it's sort of bad. I'd give an answer which was a very good answer. I always talk about, I like to give the weave. I like to
there
it is.
But when you do the weaves, and you have to be very smart to do weaves. When you do the weave, look at this. Just in this one thing, we're talking about little pieces all over here, but it always.
This is new. This is his new shit. He unveiled the weave on the Andrew Schultz podcast, and it's a really funny way to just say he rambles like a fucking idiot. This is I'm not rambling. People say I'm rambling. I'm actually weaving. I'm weaving. I'm bobbing and weaving.
Back to home.
No, it comes back home.
Yeah.
For the right people. For the wrong people, it doesn't come back home.
Wait, even Rogan is making fun of that. That's crazy.
Look at this. Just in this one thing, we're talking about little pieces all over here, but it always ends up.
Home.
No, it comes back home.
Yeah.
For the right people. For the wrong people, it doesn't come back home, and they end up in the wilderness, right? but they can take my answer, and you know what? They may take a little piece of it out or something, and they use.
Do you have any thoughts on the theories that Trump is experiencing early stages of dementia? No, I'm not on that level of liberalism. I'll be honest. I think he's an old man and he rambles a lot, but I don't think he's like experiencing dementia. It would be kind of crazy if he did, and he's just still able to do so much media. Because you guys, you have to understand, this motherfucker, I mean, he's definitely lost a step. He is no longer as juiced up as he used to be, but like he's still doing a shit ton of appearances, like non-fucking stop. Biden would get rolled around. If you want to understand like what dementia looks like, look at Joe Biden, right? Like he would get wheeled around once every couple of weeks and he would just be like, blah, blah. Like it's not the same.
The term, yes, we wanted to save time. Well, it's not, but I've never heard. I think it's the biggest scandal in broadcast history, what happened to CBS. So you have CBS 60 Minutes. That's a news program. It's not an entertainment program. It's under their news. It's the head of their news thing. She gives an answer that shows that she's essentially incompetent. And they took the answer. Could you imagine them doing that for
We can
me?
show it if you want people to see it. Can we
Go
show
ahead.
it? No?
Sure.
We'll get in trouble. We'll get copyright strike. Okay. Listen,
I'll
anyone can find
indemnify
it.
you.
But it's drastic. But what was interesting was the other full version was available initially. It was like a preview.
Somebody made a big mistake.
Somebody put that preview out
Some
there.
kid
and
put
then,
the preview out.
Exactly.
And then the bosses did this or that. And then all of a sudden they
Exactly.
said, we got a problem.
Exactly. And then
They
it
got caught
became-
by mistake.
Well,
But don't you think that's a bit, to me, and don't forget, this is election interference and fraud. And it's 60 Minutes. It's their news division. So
it's a big deal.
Bro, he's still talking about this. Oh my God, dude. Kamala fucking rambles. You know this better than anybody else. Because you also fucking ramble. Like, Fox News edited Trump interview days after former president slammed Harris over 60 Minutes sit down. I don't get it. You ramble all the fucking time, dog. You're talking about rambling. You literally are talking about rambling when you're like, I do the weave. I do this thing called the weave. You have to be a real brilliant person to do the weave. Yeah. Both of the leading candidates running under our duopoly are fucking grade A yappers. One is at least somewhat entertaining at times when he's talking about Arnold Palmer's dick. The other one is the classic, like, boring fucking no answer type of yapper. But both are fucking ramblers. I can't believe that he's like trying to make this into this is the Hunter Biden laptop story all over again. Okay. This is straight up the Hunter Biden laptop story. It's like, you're trying to make it a big thing. It's not going to be a big thing. Nobody gives a fuck. It doesn't work that way. It's just like, it's stupid. It's stupid. You ramble, she rambles, they edit it. Who gives a fuck?
They give those licenses out, Joe, for free. They should pay a fortune. They're worth a fortune. They give them out for free because they're using the public airwaves. With cable, you don't have that. Cable's different. But, you know,
Yeah, he's like, I'm going to revoke the licenses of media companies that have offered positive coverage to Kamala Harris is crazy.
it's just a different deal. But with the networks, they give those licenses. They're worth billions of dollars. They give them out free, but you have to be honest and all. That was bad. I think that David Muir and that woman that was aside, I never even heard of her, but they kept interrupting me. It was like, I said, how many people am I debating here? I got this one and I got you two. But he went after me 11 different times. You know, it's interesting. I always thought he was a nice guy, but he's just like the rest of them, you know?
Well, that's his job, unfortunately, and I'm
No,
sure
but not when they're
what they
wrong.
want. You're right. Well, the problem was they fact-checked you and they didn't fact-check her. And
Not
one of the
at
most
all.
egregious examples of that was when she said that there are no troops right now deployed in war zones.
Yeah.
There's a very famous viral video that went online of troops in a war zone saying, well, what the fuck are we then? Because there's thousands of them. Dan Crenshaw, the congressman, posted on his Instagram all of the various examples of
Too many.
troops that are deployed, thousands and thousands of troops that are.
Do you see the news about Russia contributing to the hurricane misinformation that happened during Milton? Brother, I'm sorry, but maybe, sure, like I'm sure they did. But I think we have to examine ourselves and our neighbors, because like thinking that it's just Russia that's contributing to, like, I don't know, the Patriot Prayer Nazis going down to fucking Florida is kind of wild. Okay. No, I think we got some homegrown extremism that we got to fucking work on. You know, we got some real deep seated problems in American society. It's just like, we're fucking cooked, dude. We're cooked. I mean, ultimately, the question I had in 2016 is the same question that remains. It's like, if we're such a fucking powder keg that, like, a foreign nation that has the GDP of like one state in the United States of America, is capable of like undermining the integrity of our elections with a couple $1 million in ad spend, we're fucked. We are so fucked. Like, we have real issues with a lack of education in this country. We have genuine problems that are far, far more consequential, that we can be so easily manipulated. Okay? It's nuts, dude. It's legitimately fucked. It is so fucked. I've been warning about this for years and years, and seemingly things get worse and worse over time.
Are currently deployed.
Stupidly deployed.
But the point is, if this is going to be an actual real debate and not a propaganda exercise, if it's going to be a real debate, you have to fact check everybody.
So
like if someone says maybe she...
You mentioned that no one cares about the Hunter laptop story, but isn't that story being deliberately blocked from a public forum of election interference? So that's actually a really great question. I don't think that Twitter should have stopped the dissemination of the Hunter Biden laptop story. And they only did it for a short period of time when they like wanted to see if this was like hacked material. But overall, a lot of that stuff was just like revenge porn. Hunter Biden's dick, Hunter Biden doing crack cocaine, shit like that. Ultimately, it was completely inconsequential in the election. It went nowhere. The election interference conversation was also silly because Donald Trump tried to bring it up in the election during the debates, and it actually ended up humanizing Joe Biden because Joe Biden literally was like, yeah, Hunter Biden is my son, and he's a bit of a fuck up, and Americans know a fuck up like that. Every family has one at this point, and I love them. Joe had Mark Zuck on the pod, and he talked about how the FBI hit him up to take it down. Yes, at the time. By the way, this was when Donald Trump was president. Why are we forgetting that? This is the thing that pisses me off. It's so fucking stupid. Like, this was Donald Trump's administration. So it's not like Joe Biden was president at this point. It was Donald Trump that was the fucking president. Okay? Yeah, of course the FBI was like, this shit looks like it's hacked material from Russia. The fuck are you guys doing? Don't post this yet. And then they went back. They looked at the fucking story. They were like, okay, it's not hacked. I was wrong. I thought it was hacked too. I was like, this is a fucking ridiculous story. A blind Trump supporting computer laptop repairman got Hunter Biden's laptop. Hunter Biden left his laptop with this guy, and he was too stupid to retrieve the laptop. It's like crazy. It's a crazy story. Sometimes crazy stories are real. Ultimately, the point I'm trying to make is that the original suppression of the story was unwarranted, and it was not correct. They should not have done that. But the claim it's election interference is wrong because people still covered it, and actually there was a massive story about the suppression of the material, and even then, it didn't matter. Hunter Biden is Joe Biden's son. Hunter Biden is not Joe Biden. Hunter Biden is not running for office. He was never the presidential candidate. Does that make sense? Do you understand? So most people were just like, okay, yeah, he's weird. He's wild. Who gives a shit? And Trump still tried to pull that. He kept talking about it over and over again. I would go so far as to say his relentless, like, Hunter Biden, nobody's talking about this. It's election interference. Like, he thought that was his big October surprise. It was nothing. It was a dud because all of those stories ended with Hunter Biden. And then the Republicans continued for years into the Biden administration trying to deliberately bring those ties with Hunter Biden and his like ill-gotten gains and obvious positions, obvious roles that he took on in areas where he had no business taking on these roles. For years and years, they tried to tie that back to Joe Biden, and they failed to do so. There were congressional investigations that were conducted behind closed doors. Now, the reason why they conducted those congressional investigations behind closed doors as opposed to like the Benghazi meetings or whatever was because even the Republicans knew that there wasn't enough evidence there, so they could like maybe at least lie about their evidence being some evidence being there, which they did. They lied over and over again. But then at the end of the day, even Republicans were basically like, yeah, this guy's fucking stupid, but and doesn't really tie back to the president. So it went nowhere. Why does people defend Muslim fundamentalism? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anyone that defends Muslim fundamentalism or Islamist fundamentalism. I certainly do not.
Thought there was no, right. Which is also a problem. So it's one of two things. It's either it was not true, it was a lie on purpose, which is terrible, or it was the opposite. It was ignorance, which is also terrible.
Well, Joe, when I said crime is soaring, he said, no, crime has gone down. I said, where did you hear that one? Crime has gone down. I mean, I'm debating with this guy, but I've had that.
Well, there was amended FBI statistics that came out after that showed that crime had gone up substantially.
And by the way, the statistics were a fraud, because when they put out the statistics, they didn't include some of the worst places. They didn't include some of the worst cities, some of the most deadly places. But when the real numbers came out, I turned out to be right. But
you turned out to be right, but then there's another problem. Unreported crime is way up because people have lost. Look, the morale that the police department has in a lot.
I hate this argument, dude. Unreported crime is not fucking murder or rape is actually an unreported crime, but that's historically been an unreported crime, unfortunately. So the consistency in which people don't report rapes have not shot up. What they're talking about with respect to unreported crime is like minor crime, petty theft, things of that nature. Okay? I love that people will just be like, how the fuck do they know unreported crime is up if it's unreported? Because there's a national survey conducted. There is always a national survey conducted on what kind of, like, have you reported a crime that has taken place? Like, this is a pretty common thing. It's one of the many methods of figuring out what crime looks like in the country. The problem there, however, is that they try to make it seem like these massive crimes are going unreported and going unsolved when that's not the fucking case. Ultimately, unreported crime is up, but even then, it's not like significantly higher than normal years. A real part of the problem with respect to unreported crime, by the way, is the lack of interest from the police in doing fucking unreported crime is way up. So an unprovable claim? No, it's not an unprovable claim. Oh my God, guys, there is a national, I forget what it's called, but I think it's called like the National Survey of Crime Victimization Data. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. Hold on. The National Crime Victimization Survey, previously called the National Crime Surveys, has been collecting data on personal and household victimization through an ongoing survey of nationally representative sample of residential addresses since 1973. This survey is then this survey is conducted by the Bureau of Justice Statistics, and they ask people like, have you been victim of a crime? Have you seen a crime? Have you experienced a crime and didn't report it? It's just bullshit anyways. A huge reason for the increase of unreported crime is hyper focus on everything being criminal media. That part is also a problem with the analysis here. Okay, for sure. Yes, domestic violence and sexual assault is one of the most underreported, underinvestigated, and underprosecuted batch of crimes against people. That is absolutely correct. It's just not a new metric, is what I was simply stating. And even then, in 2023, there were 22.5 violent victimizations per 1,000 persons aged 12 or older in the United States, which was similar to the 2022 rate. The rate of violent victimization, excluding simple assault for males, decreased from 9.5 to 6.9 per 1,000. So even on the crime victimization data, it's actually not, it's actually readjusted back to normal rates that it was before the fucking blip, post-COVID bump. And even then, there is a multitude of different reasons as to why the reported crime, U.S. violent and property crime rates have plunged since the 1990s, regardless of the data source. Violent crimes per capita has plunged with a little baby blip. Violent victimizations per 1,000 people have also plunged with a blip. Property crimes are down. Property victimization is down. Okay, that's it. It's just the truth. So even on the National Crime Victimization Survey dashboard, you will see that robbery victimizations that occurred are a smaller percentage of robbery victimizations that occurred in 2023, 42%, than in 2022 were reported to the police. So what they're saying is people are less likely to report robbery claims to the police than they were the year prior. So crime is actually unimaginably high, but people aren't doing anything. The issue here is it's actually directly the fault of the police. Virtually every single person in this chat, I'm sure at a certain point in their lives, have actually had to deal with cops in this regard. A crime has occurred where someone stole your phone or someone stole this or that, okay? And you went to the cops and they were like, yeah, dog, Nothing we can do about it. Sucks to suck. It's happened to me. I used to be a fucking broke boy. And back when I had a phone, and losing a phone was of ginormous consequence to me, a massive financial penalty. I went to the cops. I was like, yo, my phone got stolen. I know where it is. Can you go and retrieve it? They were like, no. And ever since then, I'm like, okay, when shit gets stolen, there's not really much you can do. That's not because there is a woke, there's woke police officers out there that are like, nah, we love criminals. It's because they're fucking ginormous dipshits with massive fucking salaries and Nordic style pension plans that are ultimately seen as infallible, that get to do whatever the fuck they want with no repercussions whatsoever. And we don't even expect them to do their fucking jobs. That's the problem. We have a massive problem with policing in this fucking country. And yet dumb fuck Americans still think it's like one of the best institutions that we have to offer. It's so goddamn frustrating. And it's not about like abolishing the police, okay, in its entirety and assuming that society will be fine without any sort of like representation that there are rules and, you know, there's some sort of like some semblance of law and order. The problem is the people that are supposed to do that, their presence does not invoke law and order. Their presence invokes lawlessness and disorder. But many people don't realize that because we have a shit ton of pro-police media and everyone just thinks that they're fucking awesome. And the media rarely ever covers their criminal activities in the same vein as they would if a bunch of people are doing crime that are poor. That's the problem. I want cops to do their fucking jobs, okay? I don't want them to dick around in a fucking subway station, playing Candy Crush or whatever. I don't want their presence in every fucking aspect of American existence. I want them to actually do their fucking jobs when necessary. You know, detective work, that sort of shit. Solve crimes, retrieve stolen assets, things of that fucking nature. And I promise you, they don't need $7 quintillion fucking dollars a day to be able to accomplish this feat. Their budgets have expanded, their toys get shinier, and yet they are just genuinely god awful at doing their fucking jobs. Also, as crime went down, more and more cops fish for reasons to fuck you, so people had way less trust. At the end of the 90s, we had a huge police forces, and then when crime went away, they got bored. Isn't that quite a big generalization of what you're doing? No, it's not. It's actually not. I mean, I'm generalizing, I guess, but it's like, it is what the reality is. Police budgets have gone up, and yet confidence in police is supposed to go down because they're just incompetent in doing their fucking jobs. Meanwhile, they're just not doing their fucking jobs, and people are like, yeah, it must be because the criminals are doing their jobs extra hard, or it must be that there's too much woke people involved in the process or something. Another $1 billion, please. As the city of LA goes broke, one of the many questions we get is, where are our tax dollars going? The city just started a new fiscal year, and if you want to know how the mayor and a majority of city council increased or decreased departments' operational budgets, see below. Another $126 million to the police, baby. What have we taken away from? Cultural Affairs, Contract Administration, Animal Services, Department on Disability, Economic and Workforce Development Council, Transportation Engineering, City Clerk Mayor, Civil Human Rights and Equity, Youth Development, taken away from the zoo, Street Lighting, City Administrative Officer, Public Works, Information Technology Agency, General Services, Sanitation, Fire, Street Services. I can't seem to tell what the problem is here. I just can't. Please. It's like that old meme where it's like, I have $35 or no, what is it? Like, please someone help me make this budget work. And then the one item on the budget is just like $1 million to the drill meme with the candles. Yeah, this is it. Food, $200. Data, $150. Rent, $800. Candles, $3,600. Utility, $150. Someone who is good at the economy, please help me budget this. My family is fucking dying. This post is 2 years old. I've since lost custody of my children and my wife left me. Still wild about candles. And you want to know where a lot of this money is going to, for the record, with the cops? It's not even going to their shiny toys. It's going to payouts because they use those shiny toys on the unsuspecting population. They brutalize the population. And then, of course, people are like, well, I'm going to sue you now. And then they do. And then the city's like, oh, fuck, we got to pay off these people. That and overtime. I know. Great stuff. LA Times editorial telling it like it is. As I've said before, we're not in a recession. This is not COVID. This is a budget deficit that we made here in City Hall. I think actually the money for payouts doesn't come from their budget. No, it comes from the, no. It doesn't come from the police budgets directly. It still comes from the city budget though. I believe you and that's true, but which statistic could I find that in? Wait, what? This is literally the comptroller of Los Angeles, dude. What are you talking about? This is the LA City comptroller, Kenneth Mejia. He was elected. I actually pushed for him to get elected. He's fantastic. One of the many different reasons why I, think that you should always vote and you should vote local especially. He is the source. Friendly reminder, liability claim payouts aren't taken out of the budget of the individual city department that gave rise to the liability. Instead, they mostly come out of the general funds, which is mainly used to fund city services and resources for Los Angelinos. So it still comes with the broader city funds. How the fuck did we get here? Oh, we're talking about Donald Trump brought up police and you activated my trap card.
A lot of these cities where they've done this defund the police bullshit.
Right.
The morale of these poor cops, it's fucking horrible.
Yeah, dude, it's the fucking morale of the cops. See, I need you guys to understand something. The reason why they have to make this argument is because we've given them everything, okay? We have given them everything, so they can't be like, oh, the budgets are not enough. That's why they're just like underfunded. They can't say that, so they have to find another reason. They simply cannot say that policing as a fucking institution is fundamentally flawed, both historically and in contemporary society in the United States of America, and that they need accountability, they need more transparency, and they actually need to do their fucking jobs. Nobody wants to say that because, once again, due to a shit ton of pro-police media, due to our understanding of the police, due to the fact that a lot of wealthy people also like the police, they see them as like the line of defense against them and the fucking poors. Most people have a generally positive attitude about the police. This is true. It's actually very frustrating. In a circumstance like this, in a situation like this, people cannot comprehend that this supposedly infallible institution is actually dog shit. They don't do their fucking jobs. So they have to look for an alternative reason. What could it be? You can't say it's the budget because in every fucking township, cops take up the largest percentage of the fucking budget. So what could it be? Oh, it's because we're being too mean to them. We're being too mean to them, and that's why they just simply can't do their jobs.
Yeah,
it's the dumbest idea of all time.
So
but what they've done is they've made these cops feel terrible. They're like good cops. I think cops are just like everybody else. Most of them are great. It's like everybody else. But if you run into one carpenter...
He used to be way more anti-cop, by the way. When he was like more of a libertarian, he was way more anti-cop. Now he's such a fucking rich asshole Republican pussy. He's like, oh, the cop feelings are really fucked up right now.
And he does a shitty job in your house. Right. He say carpenters fucking suck. But they don't suck. Most of them are great. And that's the key thing with cops. But the point is like they did all of these things in this very foolish way. Right. And these cops are suffering the consequences of it. And so subsequently what happens is a lot of crime is unreported. A lot of crime, like you call the cops, they're too big.
Yeah, Joe, this is not something that you can understand personally, given that you're worth like $7 quintillion. But most normal people in their day-to-day interactions with the cops, it's not good, okay? They're not exactly unimaginably wealthy comedians, so the only time they talk to a cop is when they're drunk at their fucking comedy show in the goddamn comedy store that they own in the middle of fucking Austin, Texas. It's usually them getting pulled over in the worst moment of their fucking lives, okay? Their shit sucks. Life is ass. You fucking spilled coffee all over your shirt on the way to fucking work, and now a cop is fucking bothering your ass about a busted ass taillight that you couldn't pay for, and now you're gonna get extra punished for it, okay? Most people know cops as, you know, in their day-to-day, most people, when they interact with cops, unless they have fucking family members, is usually in a shitty circumstance. Okay, you're in your lowest moment, and now this guy's coming over to collect revenue for the fucking local for the locality. It's the worst shit of all time. You're like, this fucking sucks. Or something of yours got stolen, and you foolishly called the cops to be like, hey, this thing that is, you know, very important to me got stolen. So they come over, if you're lucky, that is, because nowadays they don't even fucking show up. But they come over and they go, oh, I guess we can't do anything about it. Sorry. And then they move on. They are a part of the insurance process. That's it. Their goal there is to write a report so you can give it to the insurance and hope that you can retrieve at least the monetary value of the thing that was stolen. That's it. That's their job. They're basically fucking clerks with a shit ton of gear on, and usually on steroids too.
Busy, they can't even get to you. Oh, your house got broken into? Sorry. You know, it doesn't even make a report. There's a lot of people that they just give up.
It's so sad what's happened. And I'll tell you what, I go to police funerals, and we went to one in Long Island. I visited the family in Long Island, a very big deal. It's so dangerous. People don't realize the car, dark windows, pull over. He's a gentleman. Please pull over. Door opens, guy comes out firing.
I'm telling you right now, if, first of all, policing, not the most dangerous job, not even barely in the fucking top 20 of dangerous professions, just so we understand, that's fucking bullshit. They're lying. They always lie about this shit. Okay. But in terms of, being a pizza delivery driver, significantly more dangerous. Being a carpenter is significantly more dangerous. Being a delivery driver is significantly more dangerous. Being a landscaper is significantly more dangerous. If a percentage of airplane pilots consistently crash planes, we wouldn't say there's a few bad apples, but they're doing a good job. Exactly. Roofing is significantly more dangerous. Lineman, electrician. Are you dumb? No, my friend, I'm not. I mean, I guess I am. I am actually pretty dumb. But in this issue, I think I know a little bit more than you do. I suspect. And the only reason why I say this is because there's statistics for this sort of thing. I work in construction, is definitely not. Yeah, construction is a more dangerous. Yeah, helpers, construction trades, aircraft pilots and flight engineers, drivers, sales workers, and truck drivers, refuse and recyclable material collectors. Now, having said that, they're fucking heavily militarized. My father's a cop. He gets so mad when I say his job is not dangerous. Yeah. None of these jobs, you could not have a logging worker run around and just fucking dome people. That is civilian occupations. What do you think policing is? I'm not going to make fun of you for assuming that policing would not be a part of the civilian occupation because of how militarized the police is. But I just want you to know, dude, do you hear yourself? What is happening? Why are people saying this shit? Please shut the fuck up, Hasan. Nope, just dumb, dude. It's okay. Dude, do you hear yourself? Guys, I'm showing you facts. What is happening? You're just denying reality. What the fuck is going on? Next thing, they're going to say line of duty deaths. Okay? Even when you look at line of duty deaths, most of the fucking line of duty deaths, I'm not super brushed up on my stats off the top dome right now. But usually, it's not actually fucking cops being shot, okay? In COVID, it was COVID. COVID was the #1 line of duty death killer. It was the biggest cop killer of all time. None of those dumb fucks wanted to take the fucking vaccine. They fucking died, okay? Heart disease is another line of duty death. Traffic accidents, massive fucking contributor to line of duty death. It's not like cops are, constantly under fire nonstop. It's just, that's TV. That's television. Television is telling you this. That's why you think it, okay? Most cops also are not even working in fucking high stress environments, okay? They're working in like rural townships where they don't do anything. That's where a lot of the people actually love their cops too, by the way. A lot more than they do in like a place like LAPD. Oh shit, it went up to 25? It's not even in the fucking top 20 now? They used to be in the top 20 at least. I think it was like 19 or something. And now they're 22. God damn. Working as a police officer about 4.1 times as dangerous compared to the average job nationwide. Now remember something, okay? Would you think it appropriate if logging workers, 33 times more dangerous than the average job, would you think it's appropriate if logging workers were just like running around and could just like dome you? Well, after all, they have a very dangerous job. No, of course not. You'd be like, what the fuck? Imagine you're a delivery driver comes over to your house and just fucking shoots you in the head. And when people are like, whoa, what the fuck? That's crazy. I can't believe you just did that. That's murder. You're going to jail for life. The guy was like, sorry, don't you know I have the 7th most dangerous profession in the United States of America? Like, that would be psychotic. But with cops, we're like, nah, that's valid. But yeah, if you look at officer fatality numbers, what the fuck? 19 cops were beaten to death total. 1 in 2023. 20 automobile crashes, 118 struck by vehicles, and 46 were shot, which, by the way, doesn't even count. That adds a couple things that they do with this data as well. Number one, they add canine deaths onto the statistic, just so you understand. I don't know if they changed it, but they used to. Number two, there are a lot of friendly fire incidents that is also added to the statistic. Okay. Job-related illness, 24. Some of these are 9/11 still, first responders and cops from 9/11. 46 were shot. 46 were shot. Some friendly fire in 2023. Canine deaths or deaths by canine? No, they factor in police dogs that are shot into the fatality numbers. 8 were struck by vehicle. Sorry, not 118 total. 8 were struck by vehicle. I was wrong. Who got poisoned in 2016? Yeah, I don't know. Dude, it's still a top 25 dangerous job. I agree with you on plenty, but this is a silly point in my opinion. No, it's not, because everybody acts like cops have the most dangerous job of all fucking time. And I'm not saying that policing is not a dangerous job. It certainly is. A big part of the problem for why policing is a dangerous job is because of our fucking idiotic gun laws, as a matter of fact. That is the major contributor to police deaths. It's guns, okay? But God forbid we do anything about that shit. Now, having said that, okay, the mass availability of weapons in an arsenal is the number one reason as to why cops have somewhat of a dangerous job. You're contradicting yourself? No, I'm not. I'm simply stating the reality that policing is not the most dangerous job. It's not even the top 20 most dangerous jobs in the United States of America. And regardless of whether or not it is even remotely dangerous as a job, it still should not give you an allowance to carte blanche kill people extrajudiciously. That is my argument. Carpenters can't just fucking roll up to your house and dome you and then go, sorry, I have a dangerous job. I had to fucking kill you. But cops, we give that affordability to them. We're like, nah, what else can they do? They have to. It's fucking stupid. 56% of police deaths are heart attacks. See, but this is the real reason. Carpenters do not need to respond to violence in the hood. And there you have it. This is the other reason as to why people think like, oh, dude, policing is a dangerous job, because they're dealing with black people, and black people are violent and scary. That's the other reason why Americans love cops. They are the first line of defense against poor people and also specifically black people. That's not what I meant. What did you mean? Is violence in impoverished areas non-existent? Of course it's not non-existent. I would never say that it's non-existent. The problem is, despite the violence in impoverished areas, policing, not the most dangerous job. That's the point. Actually, you're assuming hood is full of black people. Yeah, you're right. If he said carpenters don't need to respond to violence by thugs, I would be the racist one for assuming what he meant. What are we doing here? Did the Joe Rogan brigade bring in the dumbest people on the planet? What the fuck's happening? You think this is my first time with like racially charged language? What are you, fucking stupid? Delivery drivers famously don't deliver fucking goods to the hood. Okay. Hey, I didn't know that carpenters didn't work in the hood. That's crazy. Most people should turn to carpenters to avoid crime then, except they would still be doing a much more dangerous job than policing. So yeah, statistics from the FBI and Officer Down Memorial page, around 50 to 60 police officers are fatally injured in the line of duty each year in the U.S. By gunfire. This includes deaths due to felonious assaults, while 1,000 civilians are killed by the police each year in the U.S. This includes justified killings in self-defense or defense of others, as well as controversial or unjustified incidents. Calling people racist who call out dog whistles is crazy work. I know. Like, yeah. Cops also kill like, what, 10,000 dogs a year or some shit? Something crazy. What's the number of fucking dog killings that cops engage in? Like an insane number, like a lot more than you would think. It's actually fucking nutty. Can you imagine if the delivery guy did that? Like the delivery guy comes over to your house. He's like, here's your package. Oh shit, I'm scared by your dog. Boom, domed your fucking dog. That would be ridiculous. You'd be like, what the fuck? Congress would act tomorrow, okay? Congress would be like, we are putting an end to this yesterday. Are you fucking kidding me? More than just collateral damage, pet shootings by the police. Where is the number? There's got to be a number here. Oh my God, the Department of Justice estimates that American police officers shoot 10,000 pet dogs in the line of duty each year. I mean, they kill 1,000 humans each year, 1,000 minimum. Read the last paragraph. Pet shootings can seriously damage public relations for law enforcement agencies, especially during an era when the news seems to be saturated with stories concerning police using excessive force against unarmed civilians. The American Civil Liberties Union even classifies pet shootings as one symptom of the increased militarization of American police forces. Additionally, lawsuits brought by bereaved owners can cost agencies and taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars. This article explores these and other related issues and presents simple solutions to help reduce the number of companion animal shootings by police in the United States. They're doing a pet genocide every year, bro. It's crazy. It is one of the most indefensible. It is one of the most indefensible institutions. And it's so funny because unless you're directly a cop or have an immediate family member that is directly a cop, it's not benefiting you. Okay? Like, I'll tell it to you like this, okay? The way that my relationship with police has changed throughout my life. And that is directly a consequence of the house that I live in, right? Like if you are rich in general, cops absolutely treat you differently. Let me just explain that to you real quick. Okay. Obviously there's other circumstances. Like if you're black, it doesn't really matter all that much. If you're black or brown, you know, objectively or openly black or brown, you can't really, you know, there's still a problem there. But even as a rich boy, okay, I pay a fuck ton in taxes. And I despise the fact that a lot of those taxes at the state level, at the local level, a lot of that goes to policing. An institution filled to the brim with fucking corrupt charlatans who can't do their goddamn jobs right. I'm not saying, you know, just destroy the institution and just like put cops in prison or whatever the fuck, right? Like, I do understand that there is a necessity for a democratically organized or not democratically organized, doesn't matter. Like some form of policing is a necessity for society to operate, okay? I am not that kind of anarchist. I'm not an anarchist at all. Having said that, it is very obvious that the current order of business is a failure, right? Current order of business is a failure. I, as a tax-paying citizen, despite the fact that cops like treat me better now than they ever did in my entire life, still recognize that they're, one, dog shit at their fucking jobs, two, unnecessarily violent, and three, eating away at the budgets of the beautiful city that I'm in that I wish would spend money on the actual crime apprehension, which is, you know, fixing some of the underlying material inequalities, adding on to social services, having weekend programs, after school programs. Like these are phenomenally successful at reducing crime, especially in impoverished neighborhoods. That's what's really fucking annoying about this process. It's like it fucks you up too. Even if you're a rich person, okay, it still fucks you up. Street lights don't get fixed. The roads don't get fucking fixed. The library closes down. All this shit. There could be better homelessness prevention programs in the city, but we don't have that because all the money is going to the fucking cops. It sucks. It's stupid. Parks and recreations is like subpar. I hate that. I love my parks. Who benefits from this? If you're a person, regardless, if you're an American citizen that is not a police officer, you do not benefit from the current order, okay? You don't. But you've been primed into believing that these guys are like these brave fucking warriors that are diving in front of dicks before rapes happen or some shit. And that's not what's going on.
Even if they were allowed to pull out their gun, which they're not, they can't, you know, pull
do
out
it in time. Yeah.
They still wouldn't have time.
It's every cop's worst nightmare.
They opened a door. And he was killed, and his partner was hurt. He was killed. And you don't have, I mean, you don't even have an eighth of a second to think. And it is such a dangerous job. That in particular, think of it. You go up to a car, you don't know who's sitting there with a gun. And if they have a gun, you really don't have a chance. You're not allowed to have your gun out, by the way. They have very strict rules. So, number one, but even if you could have your gun out, the door opens and bullets start firing out, and especially where they have the dark windows, where they have the darkened windows. It is such a dangerous profession. And it's very hard to get cops now, because they're not given any backup. And
I can tell I can tell that I haven't talked about like policing and how fucked up of an institution it is in especially the United States of America in quite some time, because I had a lot of like newcomers in the chat, a lot of naysayers being like, what the fuck, that bad take, bro. I was kind of shocked, and this usually happens when I cycle in and out like a new audience, and it's like they haven't heard my takes on this shit.
You're right. They have like an eighth of a second to make a decision that's going to change their life. If they make the wrong decision, they're going to end up on the front page of every newspaper in the country, and they're going to lose their house and their pension and their job, and their wife is going to be gone, and everything's going to be gone.
And here's another thing that people don't talk about. How many of them have PTSD? Probably most of them.
Yeah,
these guys are seeing people shot all the time.
Yep.
I've talked to a ton of cops.
Yeah, they're shooting them, dude. What do you mean? These guys, I mean, they see people shot all the time when they shoot them, and then they get really sad. It's like, okay, bro, then fucking don't be a cop, I guess. What the fuck? It's so traumatic. I mean, that's Daniel Shaver, literally still to this day getting money from Arizona, the Arizona state, because he successfully sued them after killing Daniel Shaver, the cop that killed him, who used his own fucking weapon, by the way, not even a service weapon. He used his own weapon that said, get fucked on the side, etched to the side of his AR-15, in that fucking insane body camera footage that came out of that. Was able to not only, he was fine, he was found not guilty, and also on top of that, he collects PTSD money from the state. That's fucked up.
Cops about it, and a lot of cops commit suicide. A lot of cops are deeply depressed. But
we have to give them back their dignity. We just have to give them back. You said it so good. You never hear anybody say that. You're never going to have it perfect. You're going to have a bad apple.
In everything, in every profession.
But every time there's a bad apple.
Also, how the fuck do people that are in this community that understand this exact same argument when we're talking about the IDF don't recognize it when we're talking about cops? Which is weird, because like the IDF trains American police, by the way. If you didn't know, post 9/11, once again, the IDF trains virtually every fucking local department. Like, so don't really see how you can't fucking square that circle,
Like, it's massive publicity, and it taints everybody else.
But it's also this very irresponsible thing where people say defund the police, get rid of the police. Even Kamala Harris was a part of that. That it's a very stupid way to look at it. What you should do is fund the police. You should have better training. You should have cops that feel.
She's never been for defunding the police. She's literally the police, bro. You're talking to a fucking felon. Like, oh my God. You are talking to a fucking felon who's running against a cop, and you're like, oh, I don't understand. Like, why are they fucking saying defund the police? They never have. And it's wrong that they haven't. And here is the demonstration of why it's wrong that they never actually advocated for any sort of like seemingly normal position on this defund the police shit. Fuck! They never have. And yet, dumb fucks don't recognize it. Perhaps at a certain point, you have to realize, like, these dumb fucks are just not going to recognize it. They see us as like the anti-police fucking party. So you might as well do good legislation.
Feel more appreciated. You should have something that helps mitigate this PTSD that all of them suffer through.
Right. She was a big part of defund the police. That was a big thing for her. Defund the police. Always defund the police.
Well, it's a political idea,
but
right?
Anybody with that political thought, I don't think should be running for president. And I think people are getting wise to it. We're doing pretty well. Now, I don't know, maybe in a week from now, say, sorry about that, I was wrong, but we're leading everything. And I think we're going to have a very good election. But I tell people...
My Dutch brain still has problems comprehending cop culture in America. The cops here are mostly great and rarely ever pull their weapons out or act out of fear of their own life. Yeah, and the funny thing is, there's still issues with policing there, too. There's issues with policing everywhere. The problem is in America, it's so much worse. Like it is so objectively bad. But yeah, even look, dude, in Japan, you go up to a cop and you ask them for fucking directions, they're going to help you. Okay. They're going to sit around and they're going to help you. Anywhere else you go in Europe, you go up to cops and you ask them for help, they're going to help you. They see themselves as public servants. In America, go ask a cop for help. Actually, don't do that because I don't want you to fucking get into trouble. Okay. I do not want you to get in trouble. But the president, I cannot explain this enough to people that are not in the United States of America. Okay. Maybe if you live in a small town and you know the fucking cop and the cop like fucked your cousin in high school or something, maybe it's different there. I didn't live in a small town ever in America, so I don't know what that looks like. Okay. But in a major city, and I've only lived in major cities. I lived in Miami. I lived in New Jersey. You know, it was college. It's different. You know, my mom used to live in New York and also in Los Angeles, California. In none of those fucking places, it was New Brunswick, Chaz, shut the fuck up. It was a college campus. There's hella fucking cops, okay? Suck my dick. Literally smack dab in like the 7th poorest city in New Jersey. Shut the fuck up and listen to my words. There's never been a fucking moment. There has never been a fucking moment where I've like walked up to a cop and not immediately felt uncomfortable or scared. Ever. Still to this day. Okay? Still to this fucking day. Why? Well, number one, it's a dickhead that's standing in front of you with a high school degree, if at that, with an arsenal of weapons. And not only is this a authoritarian dickhead with an arsenal of weapons at his disposal, the law protects him when he uses it, even inappropriately. And even if it doesn't get to that, okay, why are you making fun of high school degrees, law, working class, what the fuck? Yeah, okay, suck my dick, okay? Why am I making fun of high school degrees? That's not the point that I'm making, okay? I'm saying they're fucking stupid, okay? Shut the fuck up. Dudes who fucking failed out of like 4th grade. Cops are working class. No, they're class traders. They're not working at the interest of working class. Even though technically they're wage laborers, they famously do not work in the interest of wage laborers. You know, go to a fucking strike and see if the cops are actually working class or not, okay? Anyway, let's continue.
Because people are starting to get to know her. But she was to fund the police. She was all these transgender operations. You know, if you wanted a sex change and you were in detention and you demanded a sex change, they would give you a sex change.
Well, the wild.
Yeah, once again, this happened under the Trump administration as well. And not only did it happen under the Trump administration as well, who gives a fuck? Oh my God, I can't believe that fucking prisoners got medical attention, dude. That's crazy. We should just not do that to them. We should just kill them instead.
This one is this idea of giving free sex change to illegal immigrants.
That's right. In detention.
That is the wildest
But
thing.
she
Is that the biggest problem you have?
Yeah.
You just walked here from Guatemala. You need to become
That's
a
right.
girl.
But she was in favor of it.
Yes.
So think of it. She changed 15 policies. In fact, I'm going to send her a MAGA cap.
She stole your idea about no tax for tips.
I came up with this idea that honestly nobody ever heard of. And now it took her 2 months, but you know what? All of a sudden,
It caught fire.
and she just put it into a little speech.
Yeah,
well,
it became
but
popular.
I think we still have that issue. I think that issue is a good one for us. But no, we have a lot of good issues. You know, we had the other day. Think of how simple some of these things are. We're trying to get cars built in the United States. Detroit has been really tough. It's been a disaster. They have a huge factory, a huge car auto plant being built by China in Mexico, make cars, sell them in the United States, put everybody out of business. Right, here we go again. I said, if that plant is there when I'm president, I will put one.
It honestly, genuinely might have been a good idea for Kamala not to go on this podcast, man. Joe is such an ape. No, dude, Joe is an ape, but he's also, I promise you, as nice as he's being to Donald Trump, I'm almost certain he would have been as nice to Kamala Harris. Maybe on the trans issue, he would have been like popping off a little bit. Because I always say there's 2, but it's actually 3 issues that Joe Rogan fucking cannot stand, okay? Trans people in sports and anything tangentially trans related, he's a little nutty on, and he will always push back on. Or if someone says something that's anti-weed or COVID. Outside of that, you can fucking tell Joe Rogan about, like I said, the revolutionary potential of the global South that is ripe for radicalization, and he would be like, "Yeah, I think I'm a Maoist third worldist." Like by the end of that conversation, doesn't matter. Next week he'll have a Nazi on, and the Nazi will tell him to say the fucking 14 words. But like, you know, in that moment, he is a sponge.
100 or 200% tariffs on every car. They'll be unsaleable in the United States. And they just announced they're not going to build the plant because they think I'm going to win. Think of it. They're not going to build the plant. This was the biggest plant in the world. It would have more than all of Michigan makes. That's how big. You know, this is what we're getting to. And I said, if that plan goes up, I want them to understand if I win, I'm going to tax those cars at the rate of 100 or 200.
Hasan, you talk so much crap about American cops, etc., and make a ton of money, but if you talk a bit of cops in Turkey, they would throw you in a dark cell if they don't kill you first. You have so many rights here that you would never be able to use in Turkey. You talk out the side of your mouth. Okay, what's the argument here? What's your argument? Like, I don't understand. Do you want it to be like Turkey? Are you saying that you want it to be like what you fantasize Turkey's like, by the way? No, you can talk shit about cops in Turkey without going to jail. You just can't talk shit about Erdogan. This is what I never understand. People will be like, oh, shut the fuck up. How dare you exercise your First Amendment rights, your constitutionally protected right to free speech. I'll fucking kill you. Okay. So you're saying you like the other situation, like the situation that you invented in your mind you, but like, so you want that to happen? Like, I don't understand. What you said about Turkey is incorrect, but regardless, even if it was, okay, even in your own fantasy, BS, I have friends in Turkey and they would be in jail in a heartbeat. Okay, you're talking to someone whose entire family lives in Turkey, who grew up in Turkey until 18 years. There's plenty of fucking Turkish chatters right now making fun of you in Turkish. What do you mean you have friends in Turkey? So I guess you know more about this situation than I do, and also all the Turkish people who are making fun of you right now. What is happening? And even if what you were saying is fucking correct, even if what you were saying was correct, once again, you're stupid for making this argument, because you're basically saying, I want that to happen here to you. You do not understand the argument that you are conducting. When people do this, well, they're like, oh, you couldn't get away with this shit anywhere else. It's like, okay, do you want me to not be able to get away with it? Why are you fucking yelling at me? Because I want the country that I currently live in to be better? Like, what do you mean? Oh, if you don't like it, leave it. Okay. Why don't we say that ever to Republicans? Like, I don't understand. Republicans constantly complain all the fucking time. They're like, why aren't the cops killing more people? Okay, if you don't like it, leave. That never extends to the Republican Party. It always is for people that are like, can we make things a little bit better? Can we make things a little bit more progressive? He's like, nah, leave. I don't want it to be progressive. Fuck you. No, we need at least some kind of law in America. If you get rid of that, all shit will hit the fan. When have I ever said abolish the law? No, this chatter is not intentionally misunderstanding me. He's unfortunately too stupid to understand the fucking words that are coming out of my mouth. There's never been a moment where I've advocated to abolish the law in its entirety, nor even policing as an institution. So shut the fuck up.
% apiece, so that you won't be able to sell them in the United States. They just announced they're not going to build the plant.
Yeah, I read this.
I did a big favor for our country by doing that, and I'm not even there yet. To me, the most beautiful word, and I've said this.
You're being crass and facetious when the chatter's being serious. He also never said leave the country. No, he imagined what Turkish laws look like, and then went along with that imagination, thinking that that was an appropriate argument to what I was saying. I'm saying, hey, why don't we make cops do their fucking job? That would be nice, please. And he went, how dare you say that? If you said that somewhere else, if you said that in Turkey, and I'm fantasizing that in Turkey is like much more fucking violent than it actually is, you would be thrown in prison in a dark cell. You think that that is serious? And my gentle response to that in comparison to is actually crass and facetious, because you agree with him. You agree with him and you don't agree with me. That's it.
This for the last couple of weeks in the dictionary today, and any is the word tariff. It's more beautiful than love. It's more beautiful than anything. It's the most beautiful word. This country can become rich with the proper use of tariffs. It'll keep.
Did you just float out the idea of getting rid of
tariffs, dude? The most beautiful, the most beautiful word in the English language, more beautiful than love.
Of income taxes and replacing it with tariffs?
Well, okay.
Were you serious about that?
Yeah, sure. But why not? Because ready? Our country was the richest in the relatively in the 1880s and 1890s, a president who was assassinated named McKinley. He was the tariff king. He spoke beautifully of tariffs. His language was really beautiful.
Please tell me he's not comparing global commerce in the 1880s to 2024. I'm gonna fucking die, dude. This is the type of shit that turns me into like a Goldman Sachs economist actually disagree with Trump's plan type neoliberal, okay? I am not even against the concept of trade protectionism on principle, okay? I'm not. That would be ridiculous. I'm a leftist. I want American manufacturing to improve, okay? Having said that, however, it is so fucking stupid to make this tariffs argument, especially when your starting point is 1880. What are you saying? What gets manufactured in the United States of America, dude? You can't even compare 1980 to 2024 in terms of our trade, in terms of how trade works now. Motherfucker said 1880. Oh my God. The left is backward. Just look at what's happening in Europe. There is nothing that's left in Europe.
Beautiful. We will not allow the enemy to come in and take our jobs and take our factories and take our workers and take our families unless they pay a big price. And the big price is tariffs.
That's not how tariffs work. The country that is manufacturing the goods and fucking exporting them do not pay the tariffs. American mediators pay the tariffs. And you know who pays the tariffs at the end of that process? Because the cost carries on to the consumer. The American consumer pays for the tariffs. We pay for the tariffs. Tariffs can be appropriate and useful if there is a comparable domestic manufacturing industry that can compete with the additional supply needs as a consequence of the demand. Fuck! Trump's like, I'm going to give tariffs to everything. I'm going to slap tariffs on every single thing. The fucking tie you're wearing is made in China. That fucking pin was probably made in China. That fucking suit was most likely not made in the United States of America. You know what else made in the United States of America? Ideology.shop. Okay? That's right. If you go to ideology.shop, you can get some fucking made in the United States union manufactured garments. Okay? I, unlike these America hating pieces of shit, work with American manufacturers, domestic shops with unionized labor.
And he'd speak like that, but he was right. And then around in the early 1900s, they switched over stupidly to, frankly, an income tax. And you know why? Because countries were putting a lot of pressure on America. We don't want to pay tariffs. Please don't. You know, they, believe me, they control our politicians. If you look at the kind of numbers that these guys make then and now, but we had a commission.
Stop being America so bad. Tariffs are going to help me start my small business selling Trump merch. No, it's not. That's the funniest part about this. There are so many Trump merch stores. Who do you think gets destroyed in the tariffs process? Trump merch stores. They're all working with fucking foreign manufacturing plants. They're cooked. You think what is going to happen to drop shippers, dog? Drop shippers are fucked. Trump is literally destroying his own base. First and foremost, he's killing his own base.
Meeting in the I think it was 1887. Think of this problem. We were so rich. We had so much money. We didn't know what to do. So they set up a blue ribbon commission on tariffs. And the sole purpose is what to do with all the money we had. We were so rich because we were taxing other people for coming in and taking our jobs. And China does it. That's what China did. If you want to open a factory and sell cars, if you build a factory here or have a factory, they don't take our cars. They wouldn't take our cars. But if you build a plant in China, you can do that. Elon did that. By the way, Elon is great. That guy is such a great guy. I think you're a fan of Elon. Him. He is from a different planet. He's the greatest guy. That rocket coming in. Yeah. I told the story once or twice. So you may have heard it because his speeches have been good. Did you see the one last night?
Yeah,
29,000 people. That was
yeah.
And the one the night before was the same thing. We are rocking and rolling. But Elon, and I'm talking to this very important guy I said, wait a minute, I'm looking at something. The television's unmuted, right? And I see this rocket. It's all brown from the heat. You know, it's like 10,000 degrees pouring down at thousands of miles an hour. And I see this thing. You know, it's like a 20-story building.
And it catches
And
it.
I say to this guy, who's an important guy, wait a minute. Let me just put you down. Hold it. I got to see this. And I see this, and it's going to crash. I say, it's going to crash into the gantry. They call it a gantry. I said, oh, man, that's got to be a disaster because it's starting to get very close. And then all of a sudden you see the flames and about a and it boom. And then you see the two arms grab it.
Crazy.
And I forgot the guy. I had him on the phone. I forgot. No, I said, the hell with it. No, I called Elon. I said, was that you? He said, that was me. And I said, who else can do that? He said, nobody. Russia can't do it. The United States, nobody can do it. You know, I set up Space Force. That was me. And that's the first time in 82 years that we opened another branch since the Air Force. And that's going to be one of our most important things. But think of what Elon does. And he did one other thing that I never heard of it. It's Starlink. I went down to North Carolina, Georgia, the different places. I followed it right down. And they had no communication. The poles were all knocked down, everything. And one of the guys in North Carolina said, could you do me a favor? Do you know Elon Musk? Yes. He endorsed me. By the way, he gave me the nicest endorsement, too. The tough. He said, the country's going to fail. You should do the same thing, Joe, because you cannot be voting for Kamala. Kamala, you're not a Kamala person. I know you. I've watched you. I know him better than he is. You know what? Without speaking to you, I think I know you maybe almost as well as your wife. I have watched you for so many years. You're not a Kamala person. You're a Khabib person, but you're not a Kamala person.
Laughing and shit, but it's kind of fucking. This is what I saw. This is what I saw when I was like, damn, this is lame as fuck. It was like, it's fucking sad, dude. It's sad as fuck. It's like, come on, Joe. Come on, Joe. Come on, give me an endorsement. You know you want to. You know you want to. Come on.
No, nobody's going to know who Khabib is, but
they know who
he was not bad, right? That guy.
Oh, he was phenomenal.
But that's your kind of
Your
person.
weave is getting wide. We're getting wide with this weave.
See, even he's fucking calling it out, dude. Even he's like, your weave is getting wide. Get back to the tariffs.
But isn't it
I want
much
to bring
better?
it back to tariffs.
But wait one second before we finish with tariffs. They said, could you get him? We need Starlink. And I call Elon. He got it for him so fast, saved so many lives. And I said, how was it? They said, better than the wires. You know, they couldn't put them in. They were all gone. So
I used it recently in Utah in the mountains.
Did you find it good?
Oh, it's phenomenal. It's the size of a iPad. You just set it down on the ground. You get high-speed internet. It's incredible.
We're spending, just to show you, we're spending $1 trillion to get cables all over the country, right? Up to upstate areas where you have like 2 farms and they're spending millions of dollars to have a cable.
Talk about the
Elon can do it for
$42
nothing.
billion that was wasted on this internet access program. They didn't get anybody access to internet.
They haven't hooked up one person
Not
yet.
one person. They spent $42 billion. They could have gotten Starlinks to everybody with that kind of money.
For almost nothing.
Yeah.
For a monthly charge.
And it would have been incredible.
And
it's
he
high-speed
wanted
internet everywhere you want to go.
And he wanted to do that.
And he wanted to do it.
How about this? They built the charger station.
Isn't trade protection with international rivals sometimes not that bad? Like EV tariffs needs to be working. Yes, because there's a domestic manufacturing capability for it. Trade protectionism or tariffs in order to boost American manufacturing is understandable. Okay, it still doesn't end up helping. It still doesn't end up helping the labor force usually because oftentimes the earnings don't trickle down to the workers who actually generate the profits. But having said that, so much of our trade is reliant on foreign nations sending in the source material. And beyond that, we also need there's a lot of shit that we just don't make here anymore. Okay. Ultimately, even though Trump's tariffs have had mixed results, most of it bad, the Biden administration continued a lot of it. And the Biden administration was running on also adding additional tariffs as well. Also, once again, do not forget that tariffs end up carrying the cost over to the domestic consumers anyway. At no point is it actually the Chinese government that's paying the tariff fee.
right? In the Midwest. They built 8 of them. They cost $9 billion. That's like a gas pump, right? They built 9 gas pumps, except electricity comes out. They spent $9 billion. 3 of them don't work. The whole thing. There's so much waste. I could sit here and tell you about things that there's so much waste, abuse, and fraud.
Oh, I'm
Is Hasan pretending he didn't watch this yesterday? Goddamn, Hasan is so stupid. What are you? Hasan wishes he was as based as Elon or Trump. Beautiful tariffs, Fat King McKinley. Tariffs are incredible for domestic manufacturing. How can Hasan be pro-U.S. workers and against tariffs? Yeah, of course you're going to fucking call me goddamn stupid because you're not hearing the words that are coming out of my mouth. I'm a federal law enforcement officer. How does the community feel about that? What's the one thing dangerous jobs have in common? The biggest difference between cops dying on duty and roofers are accidents are preventable. Very few roofers are getting shot by criminals. It's called self-defense. A carpenter can also practice self-defense if needed. That's what statistics say. There are millions of police and citizen interactions every year. Only 1,000 mostly justified police shootings means they're doing a good job. Yeah, you're right. Police should be killing 1 million people instead of 1,000 is a great argument. You're right. Yeah. Cop fucking pulls you over. Cop pulls you over for a busted taillight. Boom. Domed. No scope. 360 no scope. Of course, this fucking dumbass federal law enforcement officer screaming deport them all and is like incredibly fucking pro-Trump. Did Hasan cover Trump housing 300 linemen for free? I'm pro rent control. Get more people to sell their homes. What the fuck? God, Americans are so beautiful. I already explained that if there is a competent domestic manufacturing equivalent that can make up for the demand, then yes, tariffs can be appropriate. Donald Trump, on the other hand, is saying he's going to slap tariffs on everything coming from China. There's a shit ton of things that we just don't build here that we are simply purchasing from China. And also, it doesn't even fucking matter because it's not like China is getting hurt by this. I guess it's getting hurt by it because you're shutting off the American consumer marketplace, which they have spent years now at this point trying to develop other markets so they can fucking sell to them instead of to make up for the inevitable American marketplace shutting off. But tariffs, as it stands currently, simply will make whatever the fuck you're purchasing more expensive. I'm not going to ban this guy. I like pets like this one. And no, I didn't watch this yesterday. I did see bits and pieces of it, like I said in the beginning of this conversation, including Trump being like, come on, Joe. Come on, Joe. Please give me fucking, give me your endorsement, Joe. Come on. Come on, Joe. Come on.
I'm sure. I mean, I think everybody's aware of that.
Let's
now.
get back to tariffs.
When you're talking about, one of the criticisms of your administration was with tax cuts and with tariffs, you increased the deficit. So what was the strategy behind that? And did you think it was going to increase the deficit by a substantial amount?
Okay. We were ready to rock. It was all, I had a bad system. We had horrible tax policy. I made it great with a much lower tax rate. So I took.
If tariffs are put on contractor steel, the contractor isn't earning the cost, eating the cost. They're increasing the cost for materials and the overall build price. Yes. Every step of the process, contractors or people that are purchasing the materials, raw materials or whatever, if you're slapping a tariff on shit that people are buying overseas, they are the ones who are paying the fee. And when they pay the fee, they have to make up for the fee that they just paid, which means they are going to carry that cost onto the consumer. It is so simple, which is why even the Kamala Harris campaign did a pretty decent job of describing it as like a complete fucking tax, like an increase in sales tax, basically. It's like an additional sales tax for a universal sales tax increase.
Took it from almost 40% down to 21%. Now I'm bringing it from 21 down to 15.
People will not buy upcharge when local stuff will be cheaper. Holy fuck. I understand why not Donald Trump, but tariffs exist. I am not anti-tariff across the board, okay? I'm not anti-tariff across the board. The point is, if you don't have domestic manufacturing ramped up and ready to go in order to compete, then you're fucked. I keep repeating that we currently do not have, guys, you're talking to someone who literally works with a unionized American manufacturer. Okay? A unionized American garment producer for my merchandise at ideology.shop. I know what some of the downsides of American manufacturing are very well. I deal with it on a daily fucking basis, as a matter of fact. I know better than anybody else. There are a shit ton of limitations. Part of that is because the industry has dried out. And that is something that still exists here. We're talking about like garment manufacturing, which still exists in the United States of America, okay? As opposed to many of these other industries that do not. Do you understand what I am saying?
But only if you make your product in the United States, which is great. People call me, they said, what a great idea. Nobody ever heard of that before. I don't care if they make the product in Japan. Why should I give them? So it's at 21. That, at 21, in the first year, we took in much more revenue than we did at almost 40. Think of that. It inspired. Now, we had other things, too. We were able to get people to bring back their money. You couldn't bring back your money. If you had money in Europe, like Apple. Apple had many billions of dollars outside. They couldn't bring it. There was no way to bring it back in. The bureaucracy, the documents, the whole thing. And also the tax was too high. You know, they wanted like half of it or something. Nobody's going to do that. So they leave their money in Japan and they spend their money there. That was part of what I did. The money came pouring back in. Apple took in hundreds of billions of dollars. They brought it back from overseas. They brought it in.
So how does the deficit increase because of that?
So what happened is this. We were ready to rock and roll, and then we had the COVID thing, and we had to focus on that. And if we didn't give some businesses a hand, they would have all. You would have had a depression like in 1929. But we were ready to start. We would have very shortly been paying off debt. You know, we have $35 trillion in debt. And I'll never forget it. It was talking about from, the standpoint of being in office. I'm in the Oval Office, and I have John McLaughlin and Fabrizio. They're two very good pollsters, probably, I don't know, I would say the two best, who knows, but very good pollsters. And we're starting to think about running for a second term. And we had the greatest economy in history. Never has there been an economy like
And you
this.
attribute that to lowering taxes
a lot
and
of
tariffs.
Two things. And also I cut regulations more than anybody else. And if I asked many of the businessmen, from the big companies, the guys running the big companies, I'd say, so if you had your choice, you've had it now for a long time, what's more important to you, the tax cuts, you paid less tax, or the regulation cuts? Every one of them said the regulation cuts meant more. Who would think that, right? Because you don't equate it to dollars, but it actually is more dollars.
Again, I'm a licensed customs broker. Look up the pass rate on that, by the way. And everything Hasan stated about tariffs is correct. If you don't want to listen to him, I'm happy to explain it further. Message me. This is a free service for the betterment of society. It does not matter. They don't want to hear it because they've made up their minds on this, okay? You're an expert in this matter, or you're claiming to be one, so that means you're woke and gay, okay? This would be akin to listening to a doctor or an epidemiologist during the pandemic. And everybody knows that the professionals, the healthcare professionals, the doctors, the researchers, the epidemiologists were all hit with the woke autism gay mind virus. So no, I do not care.
We had it going, and then we just had to focus on something else. But they were sitting there, these two pollsters were sitting there, and they said, sir, if George Washington came back and Abraham Lincoln was his VP as opposed to Waltz, how bad is he, by the way? But if Abraham Lincoln was his VP, they couldn't beat you. And I'll never forget it. The following day, they said, something's happening in China, sir. Could we meet? I said, what's happening? People are dying. And it was all around the Wuhan lab, by the way. There are pictures with little lines, they're body bags, all around the Wuhan lab. And I always said that from the beginning, Joe. It was, they tried to say, first they said it was France, and, they blamed everybody.
Right.
But then they say it was bats from a cave 2,000 miles away. So we got hit with that. And despite that, we had the best economy. And when I gave it over, the stock market was higher than it was pre-COVID. I mean, nobody could even believe it. But we saved it. and we were helping businesses. They were dying. They were dying.
So it's your belief that if you had a second term, given the policies in place, the way the economy was booming, that you would have been able to pay off a lot of the debt. And that was the strategy.
If we didn't have COVID, we would have been paying off debt.
For sure, dude.
And we would have had, and don't forget, by growth, the word growth is actually more important in a way, because you could have the same debt, but if you doubled your growth, all of a sudden you're under-levered. But still, we should pay off debt. If you viewed this $35 trillion right now, it's a lot. But if you look at the asset value, if you look at it purely as an asset value, we have oil underground, we have water, we have mountains, the assets are so enormous. But regardless of that, we've got $35 trillion in debt. We should pay it off. And we would have started paying off debt and probably even given further tax reductions. I want to get it down to 15%. We're going to do more business. But when you get hit with a COVID, everything stops and you have to keep these businesses alive. The businesses were dying. They were just dying. This whole place, this country was going to die.
Are there influence?
By the way, this is precisely the reason why, when you listen to this conversation, you're like, what the fuck? This is so dumb. Except when a 18-year-old that is no longer going to college, okay, an 18-year-old man fucking sparks up and listens to this conversation, he's like, damn, dude, he's fucking brilliant. That's why whenever you see those fucking TikTokers put a microphone in front of someone with a fucking Trump hat on, and they're like, why do you want Trump? They're like, he's going to fix the economy. He's like, how? How is he going to fix the economy? Explain to me how. He's like, I don't know. It was so much better when he was president. You were fucking 12 when he was president. What the fuck are you saying? You're barely sentient now. You don't understand anything. You don't understand a single damn thing. You're just saying it. You're just saying it is vibes. Fucking vibes.
This is outside of environmental that keep people from wanting to drill for oil and frack and do those sort of things outside of the environmental concerns, which are legitimate, of course.
No,
but are there other influences that maybe over accentuate or over exaggerate these environmental effects? Or
I can explain how Trump will fix the economy with specific detail. Please do. We're waiting.
People being influenced in a way.
But it also can't be what fucking, it has to be what Trump has said so far. You can't just imagine different shit.
Where they're trying to keep us from producing American oil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the environmental is the biggest tool for stopping growth, the biggest tool. The other is regulation. And if you speak to Elon, he said the regulation now to send a rocket up to anywhere, even if you do everything, it's becoming impossible. But they use environmental in order to get people not to do anything. And sometimes I say, I look at some of I know the environmental stuff better because I had to build buildings in New York. I had to do environmental impact studies. And I would see some of these guys that I'd hire for a lot of money, environmentalists that would get you through the process. And they'd be up in Albany, that's the capital of New York, and they're up there trying to make it tougher for guys like me that were builders because they'd get paid more money. In other words, I had one guy, highly recommended. I was good at getting permits. I was one of the kings I was always very good. But the environmental stuff.
Oh, he got it. Never mind. Kamala has done bad things. So what will Trump do? Good things, the best things. By doing good things, the best things. Okay, fair. That's true.
Always
I have no answer to that.
They could slow a project down 10 years, 15 years. I had a project in Louisiana, built big LNG plant. It was for 14 years. It was going to cost $18 billion. One of the biggest, like the Empire State Building, laying down on its side times 4. Massive on the coast, on the Gulf Coast. And they said, sir, they're going to give it up. I said, they shouldn't give it up. What's the problem? They can't get their environmental. They had environmental permits that would fill this whole room up to the ceiling. And they said there was one mistake on one little line. They wanted to do it all over again. It's not going to happen. And I got them their permit instantly. And they built the plant. It's massive.
So when you're saying that, there's people that are making money by making it difficult.
Yeah.
Are you talking about lawyers?
No, I'm talking about environmental
the process?
Consultants and lawyers.
Environmental consultants, profit.
Dude, this is like typical Republican ideology. everything is a graft, okay? Every single thing. It's always like, oh, dude, environmental protections, it's a fucking industry. Someone's making money. This is his tort reform.
Fit off of dragging out the process.
Absolutely.
It's the big lawyers. They're making the rules.
And how do
make
they
the
profit?
process worse.
How do they profit?
And I'd
off
probably
it?
do the same thing if I were them, to be honest with you.
As a
I want to be
businessman.
honest with you.
How do they do that? How do they make it?
They
how
go,
do they...
let's say New York, they go to Albany.
Okay.
And they convince people that if you have a certain type of plant on the ground that's this big and in theory valueless, that it's a rare plant and you cannot ever even touch it. You can't go near it. You can't put a building on it. You can't do anything. Or there's a little puddle and they call it a lake. And you have to go by the standards of a lake. I said, no, that's a puddle. Oh, you have no idea. Guys are filling a little puddles. You have no idea what they do.
And so,
and they use it as a way to stop you.
They use it as a way to stop you, and also as a way to generate money. I'm curious how are they generating money that way, though?
Well, they get fees.
They get fees,
massive fees,
and
you pay these guys.
People rely on them as experts because they're the people that they go to when they have to run these studies in the first place.
But some of them are just bad guys, and they're trying to make it more and more difficult.
And they have a lot of power.
Yeah, I think they maybe had more. They didn't have as much with me because I would get through them, and I understood it.
I know this plant he's talking about. It's in a highly active fault area from extraction and would have ruined the area around Lake Maropas and fucked up Lake Pontchartrain as well. They're still pushing it with a state ballot initiative, and the rich venture capital has been making the rounds at our conservation conferences. Remember when Joe Rogan bitch slapped Dave Rubin on the necessity of regulation and construction, and now he's fully cut the red tape? Yeah, he's gotten more conservative over time. Also, he likes Trump. Like, Trump's vibes are better than Dave Rubin's. So, Pontchartrain. Guy is literally on her back right now. Right next to me. He's just like, pet me, please.
Look, I've done so many they call it environmental impact study. I did so much to build a building. To build a building in New York is very tough. You got to deal with, think of it, financing, unions, all the municipal stuff, environmental. Of all of it, to me, the toughest thing was the environmental, because they could stop you cold with the environmental impact study stuff. And you hire a so-called expert. They say, sir, he's the one guy, he can get you through the morass. It's a morass. It's horrible. They use it as a weapon. They use it all over the country.
Right, but there are legitimate concerns about environmental impact, correct? Look about the BP oil spill. There's a lot of things that do happen that are environmentally devastating.
Damn, he didn't even need Jamie to have to pull that shit up, bro. Let's go.
Yeah. And you want to mitigate that as much as possible.
You do. Look, I had, during our 4 years, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water. I view it differently. I say air and water. Remember this, it costs much more to do things environmentally clean. China doesn't do anything.
Right.
When Kerry goes to see President Xi of China, which he probably doesn't even get to see him, but they look at him, oh, yes, we will do. Oh, yes, we're going to do that. No more coal. And then they approve 58 coal plants for the next, they build a coal plant a week. Okay.
They build a lot of coal plants.
But let me just tell you, though, so here we are cleaning and scrubbing everything, and everything's got to, and the air's got to be pure. But in 3.8 days, that stuff floating over China is right over the top of us.
Right.
Same thing with the oceans.
That's awesome. China is responsible for all the fucking carbon pollution on the planet, and it's actually fucking up our good clean air. Okay, if that's the argument, I think it's funny because like, if that's the argument, he's like, and we gotta fuck it up for ourselves. Like what? So you're acknowledging the classic fucking Republican stupidity, acknowledging that there is only a problem if China is doing it is so stupid. So what? What's the counter to that? Like, we have to also fucking pollute our own waters? Like, it's not like China can fucking pollute our waters. Like, they're building coal plants. We need to build them too. But when we build them, it's clean coal. When China's doing it, it's dirty coal. They're doing it extra dirty. It's so stupid.
Dump their garbage into the Pacific Ocean. If you take a little cork and put it there, in about a week and a half, it'll be in front of Los Angeles. We're picking up their garbage. So nobody ever talks about that. But in a way, the bigger one is even...
What? China's dumping their garbage into the ocean and it's actually fucking coming our way. China dominates renewable energy and coal power forecasts. China's status as the colossus of renewable energy is set to be cemented in the next 5 years, with the world's second biggest economy adding more capacity than the rest of the globe combined. The International Energy Agency said its Renewables in 2023 report released on Thursday that China will account for 56% of renewable energy capacity additions in the 2023-2028 period. China is expected to increase in renewable energy capacity by 2,060 gigawatts in the forecast period, while the rest of the world combined will add 1,574. The European Union and the United States are the next biggest builders of renewable energy at 429 gigawatts and 337 gigawatts respectively. It's worth noting, though, that India forecasts at 203 gigawatts of renewable capacity, while the 11 countries that make up the Association of Southeast Nations combined are expected to boost capacity to a combined 63 gigawatts. This shows that Asia is the dominant force in renewable energy deployment, which is also part of the real reason why America is like, or Trump is at least, anti-renewable energy, because he's like, China's cleaning our lunch. We got to destroy the planet before they fucking dominate in renewable energy. And then everyone wants to use renewable energy. We got to fucking kill everybody. It's like, we got to do something about it. We got to light the planet on fire before we get to this gay, woke renewable energy. We can't do it. We can't deal with it. If we flip the table while the game is in motion, then who's to say who won? Like, straight up. China's coal-fired power boom may be ending amid slowdown in permits. Permits for coal-fired power plants dropped by 83%, despite leading the world in construction as focus turns on renewables. As far as I understand, I think they modernized their existing coal power structure in order to limit its own output, its own carbon footprint. And then they're still very much full scale going in the direction of renewable energy. That's where the fucking coal power shit was coming from. If you click on me, I could talk about the coal thing in China in great detail. China's coal is way more clean, by the way, more efficient. 8 out of the 10 largest coal plants in China are ultra super critical. US has 0. China remains world leader in clean coal-fired power generation technologies, which, by the way, this is what I'm talking about when I say clean coal, more clean. They got cleaner coal. We got to clean our coal. Now, of course, this doesn't mean that it's actually, net zero or anything like that, just so you understand. But I think this is what they were working on with their existing with their existing energy infrastructure, modernizing it so that there's less pollution overall as they move towards renewable energy. That's where that new coal plant, power plant production number comes from. Reverse China glaze time. China produces more CO2 per capita than basically every European country, although the US and Canada are still significantly greater than China. Holy fuck. Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, UAE, Brunei, Trinidad and Tobago, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Australia, Canada, United States, Russia, South Korea, Kazakhstan. China is here. China pollutes so much, but what is Trump putting tariffs on? All right, electric vehicles. America is sitting on a massive stockpile of fossil fuels, and as long as that has value on a global market, it is an asset. If America and the world move away from fossil fuel sources, it is literally damaging USA's economic strength. Yeah, if only there was some initiative to leverage against this finite resource that is destroying the planet in its extraction and its utilization, and therefore America turned around. Therefore, the United States of America turned around and tried to be an renewable energy leader, but they didn't. And now China has taken over on that front. Meanwhile, you got fucking dumbasses like the IRA was fine. Okay, listen. A bunch of branded initiatives, especially in terms of EV battery manufacturing capabilities and whatnot, are not bad. What's frustrating about it is that if you ask the number one greatest fucking proposal of all time, even that had like obviously silly things baked into it, but the best way to communicate renewable energy, like moving towards renewable energy, would have been by slapping it on with an objectively popular historical piece of legislation that truly revitalized the American economy at a time when, things were really bad. Maybe put a word like green in front of that very popular, all-encompassing broad piece of legislation, like a New Deal. And of course, predictably, the multi-billion-dollar fucking oil and gas industry made mincemeat of that, and the Democrats stopped fucking defending it. Green New Deal is the best way to communicate this. It's not just renewable energies, but it's also a fucking jobs program. It's straight up a jobs program. And of course, despite this reality, you know, they aggressively prosecuted it with fake bullshit. And now most Americans think Green New Deal means AOC is going to come to your house and kill you if you eat a burger.
The air, it's the currents. It's an amazing thing. It's been flowing that way for 1,000,000 years, or long before.
We
long
share
before
air
we
with the
were
whole
there.
world. Yeah.
No, if we're
We get
cleaning,
the Sahara dust clouds over here.
absolutely.
We get dust clouds in Austin from the Sahara Desert.
But we get the China, you know, they call it the China curse. We get the China curse. They're bad, and their air is dirty. You know, when I went there, I had a great relationship with President Xi. We got along very well. And they treated me better than anybody has ever been treated. Same thing with Saudi Arabia, a number of them. But they laid it out. And I said, this air is good. Do you know they closed every factory 1 week before I got there from within 200 miles?
That's like what Gavin Newsom did when Xi Jinping came to San
He
Francisco.
cleaned it up.
He cleaned it up. He got rid of all
Isn't
the
that
homeless
terrible
people.
in a way to think, you know? He cleaned it up and then it became a pigsty.
Well, the
He
dumbest
is-
thing is he said when your friends come by, when you have visitors, you clean up your house. Like, how about just keep your fucking house clean?
Can you imagine?
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard anybody say ever as a governor as to excuse to why you finally cleaned up your homeless problem.
And the day he left,
Right back to
it
it.
went right back.
Yeah.
But in a way, that was a bad thing that he did because he showed
showed it could be done.
what a disgrace that
Yeah.
was. What a disgrace.
Well, this is the thing that like shows you how foolish a lot of these people that are running these cities think. A lot of these people that are running these states think. It's foolish. Like you're insulting the intelligence of the people that live in that city that are impacted by these people just camping and needles and human feces. There's an app
Horrible.
that you can buy. There's an app that you can get, rather, that will show you where the human feces has been documented in San Francisco. It's a poo app. And it's just everywhere. It's just bum crap everywhere.
But let me give you one that you may not know,
Okay.
which I think you know everything, actually, as
That's
a
not
student,
true.
as a student of yours. but water, you know, in Los Angeles, you can't get proper amounts of water.
Right.
And it's unbelievably expensive. And you might have a house in Beverly Hills, and they're actually thinking about rationing water. Can you believe it?
I can believe
And
it. I used to live there.
I was in the farm court country with some of the congressmen. We're driving up a highway, and I say, how come all this land is so barren? It's farmland, and it looked terrible. It was just brown and bad. I said, but there's always that little corner that's so green and beautiful. They said, we have no water. I said, do you have a drought? No, we don't have a drought. I said, why don't you have no water? Because the water isn't allowed to flow down. It's got a natural flow from Canada all the way up north of water, more water than they could ever use. And in order to protect a tiny little fish, the water up north gets routed into the Pacific Ocean. Millions and millions of gallons of water gets poured. You got to see this. We're driving up, and I had never seen it before. It's like Iowa. It's the most fertile land. Iowa's blessed with great land. Idaho for a potato, right?
Yeah.
But they're just, by the way, you know, some land is good for a potato, some land is good for corn. It's the craziest thing. I love the farmers. They're great. They're the greatest. And by the way, they're getting killed right now.
They are.
They're getting killed because of this stupid administration. But so I see this, and I said, you got to be kidding. I said, you mean you have water? And I looked at it. It's like a valve in your sink, except it's massive. The thing's 5 times taller than your ceiling.
Did you know the center of California was a giant lake?
They have so much water.
You ever see what it looked like before
No,
they rerouted
I never
it?
saw that,
The
no.
center of California, like, what is it, 200 years ago? How long ago did they do that, Jamie? The center of California had a fucking enormous lake in the middle of
So
California.
they dumped it into the Pacific.
Who knows what they did? But whatever foolishness that they did led to the situation that they're in now.
Think of those dry forests that burn down all over the world. You know, the head of Austria said,
Here
you
it
know,
is, Tulare Lake or Tachi Lake. It's a freshwater lake
Freshwater.
in the southern San Joaquin Valley, United States. Historically, Tulare Lake was one of the largest freshwater lakes west of the Mississippi. Show a photo of what it looked like back then.
it's a great system.
So that's what it looked like. Look at that image. Now, go to the one on the third from the right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was an
wow.
enormous
What a
lake
beautiful
in the
thing.
middle of California. Imagine that.
That'd be much more valuable.
6 million years ago? Wait, what? When was what? When did this lake exist? I don't know. I don't know about my California history. Under 200 years ago? I mean, there was a lake this size? That's not a lake, bro. That's like a fucking sea. There was a lake this size 200 years ago? It was one of the largest freshwater lakes west of the Mississippi for thousands of years. From the Paleolithic onward, Tulare Lake was a uniquely rich area. Second half of the 19th century, Tulare Lake was dried up by diverting its tributary rivers and the agricultural irrigation and municipal water uses. In modern times, it's usually a dry lake with residual wetlands and marshes. I need to understand where, like, when it existed at that size, because I don't think it was like in the Tulare Basin. And how large it is, I suspect like the largest it was probably not 200 years ago. Watch the video, the YouTube thumbnail that they're
Most
looking at as
Americans
if it's
don't
true.
know about this massive lake that used to exist in California and how this gigantic body of water disappeared, all due to one crucial mistake by the US government. The Central Valley in California wasn't always farmland. It was a freshwater lake called Lake Corcoran that flowed through the Carquinez Strait into the Pacific.
This is what it looked like before irrigation. Wait. Okay, but that entire thing is not a fucking, like, this is not all fresh water. It's just down here, right? Look up Owens Lake. Owners of LA Times and buddies bought land in the valley knowing it would be irrigated with this water. It's fucked all the farmers who lived in Central Cali, and they try to blow it up. A bit of an exaggeration. Yeah. You think? His attention span is so bad. You're fucking not wrong, dude. You're fucking not wrong. Shut up.
Valuable
How
property.
crazy is that?
Oh,
But how
wow.
crazy is
So
that's
what
what it
did
used
they
to look
do?
like? And human beings screwed that
No,
up.
they let it go into the Pacific, and then they.
I don't know
did
what they
something.
did. What did they do? How did it go
Wow.
missing?
Yeah, they drained it.
1983. Oh my God. Oh, went dry a handful of times. Well, lakes do go dry, but that's a big one.
But think of
It's a
it.
big one to go
you
dry.
could have all of the water you need. All of that land would have more water. The whole thing could be like that little patch.
Yeah.
Literally, I'd say I was with Devin Nunes, a congressman, and other congressmen. We were going up. I was visiting that.
What do you mean that entire area could be like water? Okay, that's also not a good thing. Like, am I crazy? What are we? We're not fish, dog. There's like a shit ton of people that live there. What are they saying? He's describing a flood zone and being like, we should just, it's like looking at fucking parts of Texas and being like, all of that could be water. If I'm understanding it correctly, Trump's like, if I'm president, I'm flooding Bakersfield. They got nothing there. It's just meth. I'm flooding it. We're going to flood the entire California basin. Tulare Lake actually reflooded last year and it pissed off a lot of farmers who lost their arable land for the foreseeable future.
Because they asked me to go up and visit their territory, and I did. But I kept saying, look at this land. It's beautiful, but it's so dry. And I thought they were going through like a desert, like a drought. They said, no, we have water, but it gets... So I looked into it.
What is the fish?
And I got it done. I could have water for all of that land, water for your forests. Your forests are dry as a bone.
Yeah.
Okay?
Dangerous.
That water could be routed. You could have everything. Oh, not only dangerous, billions of dollars a year they spend on forest fires. And, there's a case where they're not allowed to rake their forests because you're not allowed to touch it. When a tree falls down, after 18 months, it becomes very dry. It's like, like real firewood. It's bad. A tree that's up, these are all things I learned the hard way, the easy way. But when a tree is up, it sucks water. It's wet. I went to they had a couple of horrible forest fires in California. And I said, you got a lot of trees standing. Yes, they were healthy trees, sir. I said, with this intense heat, that you could see they were charred a little bit on the bottom, but they were going to be all right because they're soaking wet because they suck up the water, right? But when they fall,
Right.
they're like, it's like lighting a match.
Yeah.
And you got to be able to clean. They call it maintain your forest. So I was with the head of Austria. He said, it's a shame. I see all those forest fires in California, and all they have to do is clean their forest, meaning rake it up, get rid of the leaves, get rid of, leaves that are sitting there for 5 years. And
We'll certainly get rid of the dead fall.
And get rid of the trees that are fallen that are like... so many things this country. By the way,
could you really
I had
rake
it all
the whole
done.
forest though? I don't think.
I do personally love Donald Trump being like, we got to deregulate. These regulations are so bad. They're so bad. And then simultaneously going into a story about how a lack of regulation in terms of water management caused this like lake to evaporate. And then now he's weaved back into, and you know, we gotta do forest from the standpoint of forest. I learned a lot as president. Trees stand up. We gotta rake the forest. They're not raking it. They're not sweeping it. He's kind of right. No, that's the beauty of Donald Trump. He's not like, I think he retains some random facts with conversations that he has with experts, but the overall energy is completely on the wrong side. His advocacy is completely on the wrong side. Like when he says, oh, there needs to be better forest management, like he's not wrong in terms of forest management. But I don't think he gives a shit about that at all. He's just like, what is this? Forest Trump? He's going to rake it up.
You could rake the whole forest.
Well,
I think you can get rid of the deadfall, but raking all the leaves. You could
certainly get rid of the dead, okay?
Yeah, I think that's the real issue.
You know, environmentally,
deadfall.
they don't want to do that. They said, you know, it's got to be nature and all this stuff. But in the meantime, this is exactly right. But you could have, so it was the Department of Commerce that needed the approval.
I'm going to fill that basin and you tell me, no, Mr. Trump, there's too much water, please, from the standpoint of water. And I'll tell you, nope, keep it on. And when I bring back all the power, I will zap California once and for all. All of you will be living in the water. Time to grow some gills. No scum. Didn't want me to flood the water. Didn't want me to flood California.
But Gavin Newsom had to sign them. I got it all done. Nobody could believe it. It was all done. I said, I got it. You got so much water. All you have to do is sign. And that guy didn't want to sign.
Did he not want to sign because that would be a political victory for you?
I think, no, he didn't. No, I don't think so. He used to say he's a great president and we got along. We did. We actually got along at that point. But I think somebody said you just can't continue to call him a great president. You know, they do say that. But we had it all done. He didn't sign. And then we got on to other things. And I every time I go to California, I said, you have so much water. They don't know it. I'm telling you, people living in Beverly Hills, they turn off the water. Same thing with the electric. They want to go to all electric cars, but they have brownouts every weekend, you know.
Well, right after they made the announcement that...
Wait, what? No, we don't. What? What the fuck's he talking about? No, we actually don't. What? Yes, you do. He said you do. What? The fuck's he saying? People say that all the time. Wait, what? People say that about California? What the fuck? Wait, what? You're lying, bro. Come on. Dog, I'm literally live the entire duration of the day. What are you saying? If you have been a fan of mine for a long enough time, you can directly counter this narrative by simply watching. Like, you'd be like, nah, I watch a fucking crazy, stupid Twitch streamer who streams straight up 8 hours a day and he's in California, and that's never happened. The only time the electricity cuts out in California in some fashion is rare, but if it does happen, it's because it drizzled a little bit. It rained like this much.
As of 2035, you're not going to be able to buy an internal combustion engine in California.
Yeah.
Like within a month, they had some announcement asking people to not charge their Teslas. Because the grid couldn't handle it. Well, how are you going to handle it?
I will terminate the mandate immediately. Just a mandate.
Thank you.
That will be done, I would say, in my first day, maybe.
My fucking dumb Republican parents who live in Rancho Cucamonga literally fantasize about California's rolling brownouts constantly, which is fucking insane because it's never happened to them or us in my life. Yeah, what? That is my favorite type of, like, that is my favorite type of being a Trump supporter, where you're like, when they'll literally be like, crime is happening in your backyard, and you could just like literally peek out the window and see that it's not happening, but you still choose to believe it because Trump said it. In 30 years, the longest I've been without electricity here in the Bay Area is when a transformer went out and we were without power for 2 days and a few blackouts here and there. That's all.
Be 2 days because, you know.
Let me ask you about nuclear. One of the things that when I've talked to people that have a real understanding of nuclear power, what their position is, it's probably the cleanest, safest form of electricity that we could generate, and that the fears of nuclear.
I suspect Trump is anti-nuclear because he's so fucking fossil fuel pilled, but we'll see. He's also very amenable. He's very persuadable, especially when it's like Joe Rogan speaking to him. So we'll hear what he has to say.
Are really about a few disasters: the Fukushima, 3 Mile Island. These
here comes Hasan's nuclear takes.
systems.
Listen, I'm a fucking Luddite. Okay, I'm a Luddite. You're anti-nuclear because you're a moron. No, I'm just scared, man. Okay, give me a fucking break. I think it's valid to be fearful. Shut the fuck up. People get so mad.
And that they're much more capable now, and they're capable of making even better systems. But it's a difficult political issue because you think nuclear power, you think Chernobyl. That's what everybody does. They have this connection. They have the potential
or
disaster.
Fukushima,
Or Fukushima,
where you're not supposed to enter the land for 3,000 years or something.
It's probably. I think it's worse than that. I think that area is like going to be radioactive for probably longer than you could imagine. But the point is they're better at it now,
right?
And that they could do it now, and you can generate power in a way that you don't have to worry about these. One of the most ridiculous things is electric cars being powered by coal-fired plants. It's a ridiculous thing.
So what's happening?
Yeah, that is what's happening. And people want to think they're being green, you know, but it's...
Well, if you look at the way the battery is made, but here's the other thing. We don't have... Well, we do, actually. It's being held. You know, we have certain areas where we have great raw earth material, and we're not allowed to use it because of the environment. And we have areas in California that have incredible raw earth, and they're not allowing... And I'm going to open it up. I'm going to let them use it.
But how do you do that?
You just talked about the fucking lake and the forests. Are you an environmentalist or not? None of this makes sense to me. He's like, I'm going to drill, baby, drill. Also, I am going to restore the Californian wetlands to its once former glory by flooding the basin. Okay? Whether you like it or not, whether you live there or not. Also, we're not even talking about fucking... Okay, I guess he's saying like... I guess he's talking about like raw materials necessary for nuclear power, but still, he's like kind of moving away from nukes.
China.
How do you do that and protect the environment?
Because the environment's going to be protected. You can do it. You can make a lake out of it. Okay, we'll put back a lake. I mean, something nice about lakes. You can do things magnificently.
You just have to do it carefully and responsibly.
Absolutely, you have to do it carefully. But the problem, you know, China has all of those areas, most of those areas. And yet, when they say go electric with the cars, China is going to be the one that gives us the cars. All of those guys in Detroit are going to be out of business. You're going to make your electric cars over there. We have a thing called gasoline, and we have more oil and gas under our feet than any other nation. You know, I had, in Alaska, there's a find. It's called Anwar. I got it approved. Reagan could.
It's literally a finite resource that is destroying the environment. It is a finite resource that is destroying the environment. You are recognizing that our largest global competitor has their path set forward, has their eyes on the future, and is going to dominate the future of energy. And your response to it is, no, let's just make that illegal. He's like, let's not try to keep up. Let's go backwards. That is crazy. This is straight up flipping the fucking table before the Monopoly game is over because your competition bought all the fucking all the expensive real estate and put fucking hotels on it. It's too late. Fuck it.
Couldn't get it. Nobody could get it. I got it all done. It was amazing. They were getting ready to start drilling. The equivalent, they think, of Saudi Arabia, one of the biggest finds in the world. It was all set to go. And Biden comes in, one of his first orders were, we're not going to use it. It would have been so good we could have supplied all of Asia with oil and gas.
What was the negative?
And you talk about money.
Right.
The negative was politically they didn't think it was good for them. That's all.
That's all it was. So you don't think that it's environmentally dangerous?
Taking it from way down deep in the earth, environmentally would have been fine.
So it can be done responsibly.
Absolutely. Oh, otherwise,
the point where it
let's
protects
not
the environment.
Well, I think windmills. Okay, so they talk about windmills.
Point.
I think windmills are really disruptive. When you talk about the environment, they kill the birds. You want to see a bird cemetery? Go under a windmill someday that hasn't been cleaned out with all the bird carcasses. It's like massive amounts of
Well, they're also
Oh my God. Oh my God. My man just said, we got to drill, baby, drill. No environmental pollution whatsoever from that process or even the utilization of that fossil fuel in the aftermath. And then he turns around and he's like, windmills are so bad. They're fucking doing bird genocide. Like, how does this make any sense, dude? It's like, no, you don't understand. Fossil fuels, notoriously good for the environment. Earth loves it when you're fracking it, okay? Nobody ever thinks about how good the earth pussy feels when you're fracking the sweet cum directly out of the ground. Believe me, no one thinks about it. Feels good as fuck for the earth when you're fracking it. I know it. I know it. I believe me. I know it. I've tried it. I've fracked myself. Windmills are, on the other hand, doing bird genocide. They're killing all the birds.
So a massive eyesore. I went to a ranch in South Texas. We had to drive past this enormous windmill farm. It's gross. It's dystopian. You're looking in the left and the right, and all you see is these big spinning machines that aren't even that effective at generating electricity.
Correct. Most expensive form of electricity is a windmill. And then they start to rust and rot.
And you have to replace them.
And then they get abandoned by the people that built them. Because
well, you have to get rid of all that material, too. When you replace those blades, now you have a problem because you have to dispose. Yeah. Right. You have to dispose these enormous windmills. And how
By the way,
they
say you can't bury them. So I even question that, but I'm not going to get into it. But they say you can't bury the blades. So you have the blades, and you can't bury the blades. You can bury the blades. It's not going to matter. You can bury them. You'll find areas you can bury them.
You can't bury the blades. You can bury the blades. It's not going to matter. We'll find a place to bury the blades. Listen, I'm a blade expert. Rogan, I'm a blade expert. I know. I'm a bird expert too. Anwar Al-Awlaki. I'm going to drill him like I drilled Alaska. By the way, the conversation was around nukes. Did not talk about nuclear energy even a little bit.
But they come up, this is what I mean, they come up with this, but the environmentalist dream is windmills, everyone. You know what happens to them? After 5 years, they start to rot. After 10 years, you have to replace them. Did you ever look at certain parts of...
Famously, if there's one aspect of the extraction of fossil fuels, it's famously recyclable. What do you think they do with the fucking wells, dude? What do you think happens? Like... Yeah, he's like, you don't understand. It's so good. It's so good. When you're fracking, it's so good. Water supply is good. It's good for the water supply to get the sediment. They like it. People like it. They're telling me. They're telling me that they drink it and they go, yummy. It's like Dr. Do. It's so good. It makes you stronger. Very good. No problems whatsoever. Also, when they're done drilling, they just leave it there and it looks cool. Everybody likes it. Everybody's always saying it's very cool. I love seeing those drills.
California, where they have heavy windmills and they've been abandoned, and they're all different manufacturers and all different companies, and they all...
I haven't seen that.
It is the ugliest thing. It looks like a graveyard almost, a graveyard of windmills.
It's pollution.
It's so bad.
It's
and in the oceans.
It's no different than leaving garbage on the ground.
How about in New Jersey, off the coast of New Jersey, they want to build. The people are going crazy not to build them. But where you have them, the whales are washing up on shore.
Right.
So in 50 years, they had one whale come ashore. Now they had like 18 come in the last year.
What is happening with the whales? I've read about this.
Well, they say that the wind drives them crazy. You know, it's a vibration.
Trump said we'll mine the earth and then turn the toxic pit into a lake. Joe doesn't question it. Start talking about windmills. Joe's like, it's pollution. It's kind of like this, okay? If you are supposed to be a leftist or a progressive, everyone fucking yells at you for like the most minor shit. They even fantasize about what your positions are supposed to be and then get mad at you for not abiding by said fantasized positions when you're like, that's not my position at all. And renewable energy is in that same bind. We do not match up renewable energy and its damage to the impact, albeit marginal, against the massive amounts of impact that fossil fuels have, because we're like, well, it's supposed to be the opposite. It's supposed to heal the environment. And it's like, yeah, in comparison to fucking oil and gas, it is. Like, that's it's as an alternative, it's better. But they don't do that. They're like, well, it doesn't kiss me while I'm getting the windmill. It doesn't help me. It doesn't help me at all. It's also hurting the birds. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. It's like, it's not supposed to. Nobody said it's going to be fucking perfect. Like, what the fuck? It's just better than fucking fossil fuels, which I will repeat once again, finite, okay? It is a finite source of energy, as in there is a limited amount of it, okay? Wells, they love the offshore oil rigs. They love it. They love it so much. They tell me they're killing themselves because they want to be closer to the offshore oil rigs, and then they die because they want to take a closer look at it. But the windmills, they hate it. That's why they're killing themselves. Whales kill themselves all the time because they hate the fucking windmills, dude. Wind turbines are the reason why whales are killing themselves. Whereas offshore oil drilling, everybody loves it. Have you seen that video, Joe? Joe, have you seen the video? Deep sea oil rig, big alien style. Big alien comes up to the oil rig. You ever seen that deep oil well? Those octopus, they look crazy. I call them octopi. Some nerd told me it's octopuses. I say octopi. Fact checking, Donald Trump claimed that wind turbines kill whales. Former U.S. President Donald Trump has claimed that wind turbines off the coast of the U.S. are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. There's no evidence to back Mr. Trump's suggestion that offshore wind turbines are killing whales. NOAA officials carried out post-mortem examinations about 90 humpback whales found dead since 2016. 40% of those deaths were linked to human interaction, whales becoming entangled in fishing nets or being struck by vessels traveling through their feeding grounds. In the remaining cases investigated by the NOAA, other factors were listed as possible causes of death, including parasite-caused organ damage or starvation. I wonder how that starvation happened. That's right. Wind turbines, they're actually killing the coral reef. They're killing all of the natural wildlife. Everybody knows it. It's not the fracking. Don't say it's fracking. Don't say it's climate change. That's woke and gay. Do not mention temperatures rising to me, Joe. It's not us. It's the wind turbines. It's killing the plankton by the millions. It's a genocide. Oh my God.
Because you have those, those things that 50-story buildings, some of them.
Right, and they're
50.
super sensitive to vibrations.
They have
and
those,
sounds.
the wind is rushing, the things are blowing.
Like, what is this? What is going on? You have the former U.S. president talking to the largest, one of the largest media personalities on the planet, and the entire conversation, start to finish, is just two dumb guys speculating on shit that they do not know about and are completely uninterested in examining further with facts. What is going on? It's crazy. This is crazy. What the fuck? They're just like, yeah, you're right. You're right, Mr. President. Yeah, the vibrations are probably causing the whales to kill themselves. The vibrations, I've heard somewhere, I watched a video where the vibrations mimic the sonar frequency of whales, and it always is like telling the whales to fucking kill themselves, so then they get sad and then they do it. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Let's not look at it any further. Let's not investigate further, Mr. President. Let's not do that, please.
It's a vibration and it makes noise. You know what it is? I want to be a whale psychiatrist. It drives the whales freaking crazy. And
Yes.
something happens with them. But for whatever reason, they're getting washed up on shore. And, and yet the environmentalists...
Conveniently ignored by the environmental
but the
people.
environmentalists, they don't talk about it.
Right.
This is, by the way, this is like 90% of Reddit, okay? Not to say on this particular issue, Reddit is like this stupid. The energy is very Reddit. When you look at a Reddit comment and you click on when you expand on the back and forth, the first guy will just make some shit up, but say it confidently. And then every other subsequent comment expands on that fucking mania, right? And they just start having a back and forth over the false notion that was presented as fact. And that's precisely what's happening here. They're just having a back and forth. Joe Rogan is adding on to it. He's now assuming that the environmental agencies secretly are just familiar with the whale deaths, but aren't doing a damn thing about it because they're woke and gay and they care about fucking wind turbines for some reason. At no point is a single person in this conversation going, wait a minute, maybe that's not the case. Can we just look this shit up? No, No, let's expand on the fucking fake bullshit that you presented, and I'll just take it as fact, and we'll just compile extra layers of other bullshit, and we'll have a great time along the way. Jamie was neutralized this episode. Yeah, Jamie's noticeably not pulling any shit up. Jamie's dead. They killed him. They packed him up.
Right.
I think there's nothing uglier. I see it in Scotland. I see it all over the world. You have this beautiful valley. It's been there for, in civilization, thousands of years, but millions of years. And all of a sudden you have these ugly windmills up.
Would your
And the
plan to be
environment-
replace that with nuclear? Well,
It's like one of those weird things where I don't even think this is like some oil lobbyist told him, like, Mr. President, you got to take out these fucking windmills. I think it's just like personally for Trump, I think it was like probably a golf course or something that he owned, and they wanted to build windmills off the coast, and he was like, that's unacceptable. It's going to ruin the beautiful ocean water I can see. And then ever since then, it's the Scottish golf course, right? Yeah, he had a Scottish golf course, and they fucking built windmills, and he fucking hates that. So now he's just like, give me everything I can say about windmills. I will tell him. I will be honest with it. That's why he doesn't even care about like solar panels. You know what I mean? Because if you noticed, he never talks about solar panels and how fucking shitty they are. Maybe he will in this one, but I rarely ever hear him expand on like how he hates solar panels in a similar vein. It's just windmills. So it has to be not necessarily like his overall hatred for renewable energy, because he sees it as a fucking, a way to move away from fossil fuels. I think or hydropower, that too. I think that it's not because of anything other than just like his personal anger and resentment that he's carried over to his presidency and beyond. That's what it's got to be. Yeah, he said it was ugly. Donald Trump slams ugly wind farm built near his Aberdeenshire golf course. Speaking of the GB News, of course, GB News got that wonderful interview. Launched into a rant about monster turbines which were constructed offshore close to the Trump International Golf Course in Maine. Okay, there it is. Before offshore wind farms are built, the ocean floor needs to be surveyed by sending acoustic waves into it. Some activists have in the past suggested that using such techniques might lead to whale deaths. There's lots of evidence that when you're putting the wind farms in place, it does generate a lot of percussive noise, and that can have an impact. Particularly things like porpoises or dolphins, they may move out of the area while you're installing the wind farms, but then the longer term picture, in some areas, they never come back. In some, they come back in larger numbers than before. As an industrial complex watcher, I've been checking in to see how long this React video is going to be, and I'm so excited. So far, we are 1 hour and 12 minutes in, and I think it's been like for the past, 4 hours?
What would you do?
Well, nuclear is better. I mean, I think there's a little danger to nuclear, but, we had some really bad nuclear. They did one in Alabama. They did one in, I think, South Carolina. They do them wrong. They build these massive.
When your mom says, my mom's a Trump supporter, she said we can't have wind turbines because it killed the bird. Ask your mom what she thinks is going to happen with climate change, changing migration patterns, changing the fucking natural wildlife and the ecosystem dramatically so that they don't have the same fucking access to food that they previously had, or just heat in general. Like, that's going to kill, and it is killing a lot more birds, actually, than fucking wind turbines.
Massive things. Then the environmentalists get in. I don't want to go into a long story because it's too long for the show. This show is too valuable to talk about concrete. But they have hardened concrete. It's number 12 concrete. It's harder than steel. It's incredible. They put up a wall, and an inspector comes along. Knows that, nope, you're a quarter of an inch. The wall might be 8 feet wide. You're a quarter of an inch too short. I'm sorry. You got to rip down the wall. Because it's got to be poured contiguously, right? You're 1/4 of an inch. I'm sorry, rip down. You can't rip it down. This stuff.
Show her this pic. Yeah. She'll be like, no, you don't understand it. Look at this beautiful bird. He's having a wonderful time. He's having a wonderful time. A lot of the Kardashians put oil on their skin. You think that's beautiful. This is helping the bird. This is helping the bird. The bird is alive. Look, the bird is experiencing joy. So much joy. Tremendous joy. Look at him. He's happy. His mouth is open. He's saying, I love it. I love this. My skin is going to be glistening.
You can't put a hammer through it. You can't. It's incredible. Concrete technology is unbelievable. What's happened. You think of concrete.
So you think that's an example of overregulation?
Yeah,
pointless.
No. Well, you have an inspector that comes along and he says, take down a $25 zillion wall. These things ended up costing $25 billion. and one of them never got opened. But here's the story. So France does it. France is largely nuclear, and they build small, little, compact plants. And if they need more, they build the same thing and they hook it up. And they hook it up because they get too big and too complex and too expensive. And it is very clean. They say it's absolutely, you know, my uncle, I had a great uncle who was a great genius, just like other members of my family. But he was a professor at MIT for, I think, 41 years. He was the longest. When I was in the White House, the head of MIT, Princeton, and Harvard came down to meet me. And the MIT person said, I have a book on your uncle, Dr. John Trump. He was our longest-serving professor. He was a great genius, sir. Do you know how? And he had, he knew everything about nuclear, from math to chemistry to nuclear. He knew it. And he said, someday it's going to be the way to go, but the problem is it's so dangerous in terms of war. He said,
Right.
Donald, someday, and this was a long time, Uncle John, Dr. John Trump, he said, someday you'll have a little satchel at your side and you'll go into a building and you'll be able to blow up New York City. I said, Uncle John, that'll never happen. He's right. You know, he's right.
Well, that was
the
part of the
power
problem
is so
with
crazy.
giving nuclear power to other countries, right? Like that was the problem that happened with India and Pakistan. They got nuclear power, and then they were able to weaponize it.
The biggest problem in the world today is not global warming. It's nuclear warming. And we have idiots that are negotiating for us. We have a guy that doesn't make it past 4 o'clock, and it's not because of age. You know, I know so many guys in their late 80s, and they're better than I said to one guy the other day, I think you're smarter than you were 25 years ago. I've known him a long time. He's 89 years old. He's sharp. He's great. Biden gives people a bad name because that's not an age. I think they say it because I'm 3 or 4 years younger. You know, I think that's why they say it. They say his age. It's not his age. He's got a problem.
2 major brain
Operations,
surgeries.
Yeah. He did. Those are not good operations.
And did you see what he did today? He went running towards the camera and made some apology to Native Americans, and that he said that's why he's headed out west. Like he's off the reservation, so to speak, for lack of a better term.
You know, it's interesting because during the debate,
What? It's like the one good thing that he did. What? Yeah, he apologized. He did. He got real Canadian for a moment there and apologized for like the residential schools and shit. That wasn't a bad thing.
I apologize. As president.
He also kind of looked cool. He had the glasses on and shit. He looks a lot better with the glasses on. He should always have the glasses on, in my opinion. He should have the aviators on deck.
The United States of America for what we did. I formally apologize. And it's long overdue at a tribal school in Arizona, a community full of tradition and culture, and joined by survivors and descendants to do just that. Apologize, rewrite the history book correctly. I have a solemn responsibility to be the first president to formally apologize to the Native peoples. I formally apologize.
What does off the reservation mean? It means like you're crazy, right? Like, but what is the etymology behind it? I don't even know. Off the reservation is culturally insensitive. No, I got it. Like reservation, like Native American reservation, but like, what is it? It means you're crazy, right? Like, I don't know. This is a little bit of an ESL moment for me, but I don't know like I don't know what it means in terms of like, I don't know if it's like racist or not. Activities of Native Americans. It seems racist. Like it's to say that like Native Americans that like leave the reservation behave in like weird ways. Okay, it's all over the place. Come on.
I was looking over. I'm saying, this is strange. It's just sort of like strange things were happening.
Yeah.
But
Well, he couldn't keep it together. But do you think they knew he couldn't keep it together?
I think
Do you think
so.
that they wanted that? Is that why, like historically, that debate was earlier than they've been in the past, right?
I think they wanted to get. Well, there's a lot of theories. A lot of people said, do the debate now and we'll get him out.
Right.
I think that maybe could be.
Well, that is what happened.
But that's
so
what happened.
It's logical
I think they
to
also
assume that
said,
that's what
do
they
the
wanted.
debate now and get it over with.
Right.
I don't think anybody thought he was going to get out, really.
No,
I don't
it didn't
think
make
that-
any sense.
The debate got him out, but I think it's very unfair. Look, you have a bad debate. His numbers went down, but I think she's not doing very well right now, and I think she looks
Well, I want to get to that too, because it's hard to know. Like, the whole poll thing is very bizarre for most people, because most people don't answer polls. So they read the polls. Then
Were
like,
you
who's
ever called
getting polled? I've
from
never
a
been
poll?
polled.
I was
If I
never
did, I'd
called-
hang up.
I was never called by a poll system.
If I did, I wouldn't answer. I'm busy.
You know how polls are done? I'm going to get myself
Please.
in trouble. But so I really don't believe too much in them. So
Well, 2016 taught a lot of people about the ineffective.
well, they were very
use of polls.
ineffective because
Yeah.
I thought I was doing well. I'd go to a place and I'd have 30, 40,000 people. Hillary would go, they have 500 people, and they tell me I'm going to lose. I said, why am I going to lose? I had 40,000 people. She had 200 people. But, you know, I have a theory. These pollsters, they charge you a lot of money, too. You know, they charge you $500,000 to do some stupid poll, and they interview like 251 people. I don't think they interview them in many cases. I don't want to get myself in too much
You
trouble.
think it's
'cause-
bullshit?
No, I think they sit there, they make a deal, they get $500,000, and they say, Trump's leading 51-49. They announce it, and everybody says, "Oh." Do you understand? I
Yeah.
really don't.
So you think
I don't
it's
think they. I think in a lot. Look, I'm a very common sense person. I think that they probably don't always poll. Some of them probably never poll.
Wait, what?
What's the difference between 40?
He's talking about his internal polls. He doesn't trust his own internal polls. Why the fuck are you paying $500,000 a pop then?
49 to 51 and 47.5.
Well, it's also a tiny percentage of the population. I don't think it's representative of the overall population. I just don't think
I don't
it
know
is.
of one person in my whole life that ever got called by a pollster.
Exactly. That's my point. So here's my question.
But I shouldn't say that because I'm doing really well in the polls.
But I
now.
think that's
So this week I happen to believe in a verse. I only believe if they're good. No, I like them this month. But no, I honestly believe that there's probably a lot of fraud. I had a poll, Washington Post, ABC, in the Hillary thing on Wisconsin. They had me down 17 points the day before the election. I knew it was wrong because I had a rally. I had 29,000 people at a racetrack, and it was like 0 degrees, Wisconsin. And they had me down 17 points. In other words, you had no chance. And I won. And I called up my pollster, who's a good guy, good guy. And I believe he's legitimate. And, you know, and some of them are, some of them aren't. I said, tell me, why did they have me down so much? I mean, nobody's going to believe them the next time. They said they don't care. When you're down 17 points, people are going to stay home. They're not going to vote.
Right.
Because they're going to say, I love Trump, but I'm not going to waste my time. It's cold out. I said, but why don't they make it 4 or 5? He said, at 4 or 5, they're going to go and vote. At 17, they're not going to go and vote.
But they didn't do that. But that didn't happen. Like, people still voted. So that undermines the argument that you're making. People still went and voted for you anyway. So, okay.
So
But think of it. I was 7. This is the Washington Post ABC poll. I was down 17 points in Wisconsin, and I won. It's crooked stuff.
There's a lot of crooked stuff, and I wanted to talk about that too, because one of the things that people talk about with you is the denial of the results. And I think J.D. Vance did a brilliant job the other day when he was being interviewed, and they asked him, did Trump lose the 2020 election? And he turned it around and said, was there legitimate election interference?
Bro, this is going to make me want to Brian kill me. JD Vance's counter to this is such nonsense, dude. Like, that's, bro, come on. Oh my
In
God.
suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop story on social media. And was that a concerted effort?
Well, they say
to
it made
hide-
10-point difference, and I lost by one tenth of a point.
Yeah, dude, if Americans knew about Hunter Biden's laptop, which you did talk about at the debate stage, by the way, 10-point swing in the other direction. That's crazy. It's weird because everybody knows about it now, and you guys tried to do this as hard as you possibly could. You tried to push it as hard as you possibly could. Also, he's admitting that he lost here. That's weird.
Well, it is.
They say it was 22,000 votes, but look, it was much more than that. And I appreciate J.D. Vance saying that. And by the way, I think he was a great pick. Do you like J.D. as a
I
pick?
like him a lot. Yeah.
You are so incredibly biased just based off your language. You already have opinions formed before listening. I'm a political commentator. Of course I have opinions formed before hearing the same fucking talking point I've heard a million times over. I heard it literally today. A chatter came in and asked me about the Hunter Biden laptop story. I don't know if you know this, but Hunter Biden is not Joe Biden. And Republicans for the past 4 years have tried to turn that into a story by trying to connect it to Joe Biden. And it failed because there was no real connection there. What the fuck?
You're allowed to say that. As,
No, I do. I like him
No,
a
I
lot.
think he's good.
I think he's a brilliant guy, and I think his ability to talk like a normal human being. You did my friend Theo Vaughn's podcast,
Right.
and he just did it.
How did he do
He
with
did
it?
great. He just talks
Is that
like
why
a
you
normal
called me
human
to
being.
do this? Is that why you called me to do this?
No, we were.
Holy cow.
I was.
He was a nice
Once
guy.
they shot you, I was like, he's got to come in here. It's all about timing. It's all about the timing.
Timing's
I think
good.
our timing's perfect. Do you even have a scar on your ear? You got anything on there?
I do.
What do we say? What do you got there?
So, right over here.
Oh, it's a tiny little
See,
mark.
it zicked right there.
Yeah. But it healed up pretty fucking good.
Well, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's little. It's not like some of the wrestlers, some of the UFC fighters.
No, you didn't
It's
get
a little bit-
cauliflower
No. It was sort of like a top shot. Mm-hmm. The point of the bullet was a
Boy.
little of the ass, but you see the thing's taken off a little bit, but it makes me a tougher guy. You know the fighters. The fighters love their. Bo Nickel, he's a great fighter.
Yeah, I love Bo Nickel.
How's he going to do? I think he's terrific.
He's great. He's a fantastic
He
fighter.
was almost like undefeated in college.
He's a fantastic wrestler and one of the best mixed martial
When
artists.
is he fighting again?
He's fighting in Madison Square Garden in November.
Oh, that's going to be after the election.
Yep.
So I'll either go as president or I'll be depressed and I won't bother going. I think they're having a fight right after.
One of the things that was fascinating also was the denial of the election results is a pretty common thing. Hillary Clinton famously denied that.
Yeah.
No, she didn't. No, she didn't. There was no, oh my God. Oh my God. The only thing, I swear to God, I listened to 3.5 seconds of a dumb ape speak and I become the #1 Rachel Maddow enjoyer. She did not do that. That is insane. She called her the night of to concede. She literally, there was no violent refusal of a lack of normal transfer of power. There was never a moment where the liberals were like, no, the election is not real. It didn't happen. She did not call for a riot. She did not set up a false slate of electors. She did not hit up Joe Biden, who was the vice president at the time, to try and stop the vote certification process from taking place and then pull together a fucking riot. None of those things happened. None of those things happened. Why? Why are you saying that? That is insane. None of those things happened at all.
She called you an illegitimate president, and she said that Russia put you in place.
Even though she conceded.
Yes.
She conceded the night of the election because she was beaten.
Yes, and it was a thing that was...
Wait. Did Donald Trump just fucking fact check Joe Rogan? Wait, what the fuck?
It's pretty common for people, especially Democrats, to deny the elections. There's been many of them. The Bush administration,
Oh my God. The Bush administration, in the first election that took place, they literally stole the election. Like, they literally did the OG January 6th, the Brooks Brothers riot, where they stopped the recount through physical violence and intimidation. Some of the people that were involved in the Brooks Brothers riot ended up becoming Supreme Court justices. That's crazy. That is a crazy comparison. And even then, Al Gore fucking conceded like the bitch that he is. What the fuck are you saying? What is going on here?
the dangling chads, all that stuff.
Well, look at these guys in Congress, all these sleaze.
Dangling chads? No, it was the hanging chad and butterfly ballots, which was the reason why there was an inconsistency, a very clear inconsistency. Like, what was it? Like a very Jewish neighborhood voting for an overt anti-Semitic white supremacist all of a sudden. Like, it was just a incredibly unexpected outcome. And it wasn't because people were fucking, Buchanan. It was not because there were a group of people that had like a change of heart or some shit. It was directly a consequence of the two things that I just mentioned. And not only that, but also, once again, Jeb Bush, George W. Bush's brother, clear conflict of interest, was the governor at the time. And they halted this process to the best of their ability, took it to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court also held on to it And while the recount process was occurring, they just straight up, through physical intimidation, stopped the recount from occurring. I don't know why the Bush v. Gore isn't talked about more with regards to stolen elections. The Supreme Court voted along partisan lines 5-4 in favor of Bush, and the governor of Florida was literally George W. Bush's brother. You say that Jewish neighborhoods voting for someone openly anti-Semitic is unexpected, as if that's not going on this election in the pockets of people voting for Trump. No, that's very different. The current state of American politics is very different than the year 2000. Yeah, the only reason that Trump wasn't able to steal the election is because he was behind in the count. Had he been ahead, they would have stopped the count the same way they did in 2000.
Bags in Congress that are Democrats, they're still denying 2016. But now they don't so much because, they try and pin it on me. You don't hear them say.
But here's my point.
They denied it right up until the end.
My point is, this idea of election fraud is a forbidden topic. And you get labeled an election denier. It's like being labeled an anti-vaxxer if you question.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. First of all, oh my God. Oh, he's tying this back to COVID somehow. Dog. America has a fuck ton of issues, but as far as our elections goes, there is not a single shred of evidence to show, to prove, to even suggest that our elections are tampered with and that there is mass spread voter fraud being conducted. Okay. This is not real. And it's so not real that every single administration before Bush and certainly after George W. Bush has created independent commissions to try and study the matter in order to justify Republican, a big plank of like the Republican initiatives used to be vote suppression. And how do you justify vote suppression? By claiming that voter fraud is happening. So in order to justify those claims, Donald Trump, George W. Bush, and independent investigators have looked into, Republican think tanks have looked into, and independent think tanks have looked into voter fraud, the claims of voter fraud. The most comprehensive study conducted on it is from, I believe, either the Heritage Foundation or the American Enterprise Institute. And that study shows that over the course of like hundreds of millions of votes cast over the course of 30 fucking years, there are like 2,000 instances of voter fraud. Okay? 2,000. That's not enough to change the outcome of a fucking local election if all of the votes cast fraudulently were cast in one singular fucking district, okay? And by the way, voter fraud is not necessarily a one-party thing. It's not like it's only the fucking Democrats that are doing vote fraud either. There has never been a single fucking case. There's been a shit ton of cases of election fraud, electioneering, multiple different ways of like suppressing the vote. That's legalized at this point. But there has never been serious voter fraud in this country.
Some of the health consequences that people have had from the COVID-19 shots. Oh my God, you're an anti-vaxxer. If you say, and what I say publicly, and I've said this a lot, it's not 0%. So if you ask me what is the amount of election fraud in this country, is it 0%? No one thinks it's 0%. I've never met one person, not a super liberal, progressive, far left person or a right-wing conservative. Not one person thinks it's 0%. They think when you have human beings, and also you have a lot of weirdness that was going on during the 2020 elections, particularly with mail-in ballots.
And you had legislatures that had to approve, and they...
What are you saying? He's right? No, he's not. No, he's not. He's wrong, and he's saying the wrong thing in a confident manner. He's just stupid. He's wrong and stupid. So in that stupidity, he has this level of confidence and self-assurance that makes other stupid people who don't know what the fuck he's talking about go, oh, I don't know, I think he might be right on this one. It's fucking stupid. When he says, oh, it's not 0% election fraud, which, by the way, he means voter fraud. That's the real term. Election fraud does happen. It's just mostly Republicans that do it and get caught and then, go to prison for it. But that's besides the point. I'm not going to get into that right now. But in terms of voter fraud, okay, as in a massive number of people that are illegal, okay, that are not allowed to vote under the law, going and secretly voting. That's voter fraud. That's what the Republicans claim is happening. They say it's Mexicans. They say it's undocumented migrants. They're brown people. They're Latinos. They're coming over the border And the Democrats are letting them into the country so they can go and illegally vote. Now, that's a fucking idiotic argument. That's a really idiotic argument because it's like the last thing you want to do is give your fucking data to the government to go out and vote. Like, who the fuck wants to vote, dumbass? Like, who the fuck wants to vote to begin with? And the last thing you want to do as an undocumented citizen is illegally give your information to the government. The statistical relevance of voter fraud is so negligible that you can absolutely confidently consider it 0%. It is so marginal, so unimaginably marginal. It is not even 0.0000001%. It does not matter. It is so statistically irrelevant that you can very confidently say it's zero.
Didn't approve, and they went out and did it anyway.
Oh my God.
And you had
this guy's saying it's not zero. Kaya, place. Place, baby. Get back to your bed, Kaya. Place. That's right. Isn't she the best?
Ballot. You had old-fashioned ballot screwing. I mean, you had you have people going up and dropping in phony votes. You had unsigned ballots, et cetera, et cetera.
There's certain people that think that they have, and there's the rhetoric is also that you're Hitler, and that in order to stop Hitler, you have to do whatever it takes.
That was okay, yeah.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, you're hearing this now. Kamala compared you to, said your love of Hitler yesterday.
Kamala's a very low IQ person.
Wait, that's awesome. He was just like, no, she's right. I am Adolf Hitler. You know her kind. The low IQ. You know what I'm talking about. Come on. No, she's not wrong. I do like Hitler.
He said your love of Hitler yesterday.
Kamala's a very low IQ person. She's a very low IQ. You know, I'm for taking tests, too. I think...
That's crazy. That's crazy. He's like, you know their kind. You know, she's a black woman, low IQ, violent. She's low IQ. Yes, Hitler, I will not deny it. I will not deny nor confirm. I said I love Adolf. I will not say it. I will also repeat certain things that he has said. And also simultaneously, I will say some racially charged things about a black woman. It's just part of the weave, man. Stop hating on our boy when he's doing the weave. I'm weaving. I'm bobbing. I'm bobbing.
Anybody
and
that
weaving.
runs for president they should give him tests. And it's not an age thing. It's not based. If you look back on history, 70s and 80s, some of your greatest leaders in the world history, long-time world history, they were in their 70s and their 80s. But I think you should take cognitive tests. I think they say it's unconstitutional. But
that's ridiculous.
I think Kamala should have a test because there's something missing. There's something wrong with her.
Well, I think it's pressure. I think the pressure and the scrutiny, you've been a celebrity for a long time and you understand what this is like. But for someone who's in her late 40s, who becomes the vice president, who runs for president, becomes the vice president, and then all of a sudden the weight of the world is on your shoulders and there's all these people paying attention. A lot of people clam up.
But you either have it or you don't.
Correct.
Look. This is an interview. We've covered a lot of territory, right? And it's fine. I don't care. I want to. I think it's much more interesting. To do an interview with Anderson Cooper.
Did Joe Rogan say Kamala's in her late 40s? She's 60 years old, bro. Yo, that's definitely a point for Kamala, though. Like, actually, that's a bit of a glaze moment from Joe. It is because Joe probably finds her hot.
A crazy softball interview. She took 2 days off and she studied all day long. And then she comes out with a result that was a real embarrassment. That was a really bad interview. She couldn't answer a question. And every question's not answered. I mean, like, what would you do your first day in office? Okay, I'll build a wall. I won't build a wall. There's 100 things you can say. Just say anything, right? There's something off with her.
Well,
we're dealing with the smartest people. They hate when I say, when I call President Xi, they said, he called President Xi brilliant. Well, he's a brilliant guy. He controls 1.4 billion people with an iron fist. I mean, he's a brilliant guy, whether you like it or not. And they go crazy.
Right. Say, it doesn't mean he's not evil, or it doesn't mean he's not
of course not.
Dangerous.
But actually, we have evil people in our country.
Yes.
If you have a smart president, he can deal with Russia. He can deal with all of it. Russia would have never gone into Ukraine if I were president.
How would you have stopped it?
Automatic, 2 things. I told him. I said, Vladimir, you're not going in. I used to talk to him all the time. You're not going in. I can't tell you what I told him because I think it would be inappropriate. But someday he'll tell you. But he would have never gone in. But you know why else he wouldn't have gone in? Oil prices.
I believe him. You're not going in, Vladimir. You're not going in. No. Russian despots hate this one weird trick. Don't do it, Vladdy. Vladdy, don't do it. So he would fuck him into not invading? Yeah, he would, yeah. You're not going in, Vladdy Poo. Stop Abdul. Stop Vladimir. That's what I would have done. I would have sent him a photo of his house, a photo of the Kremlin. I would have said, see? Make of this what you will.
Is at $40 a barrel, wouldn't have allowed him, wouldn't have given him the money to prosecute that war, wouldn't have given him the money. I said it with I was with President Xi. I said it was almost the same conversation. With Vladimir, it was Moscow. With President Xi, it was Beijing. It was almost the exact same conversation. I said, don't do it. He would have never done it. The day I left, they flew 28 bombers over the middle of Taiwan. 28 bombers. And it's the apple of his eye, and the same thing with Russia. It's the apple. Ukraine is the apple of his eye. I used to talk to him. I had a very good relationship with him. He wouldn't have done it. He would have never done it. But he also wouldn't have done it because of the, you know, one of the reasons that
it was the apple of his eye. Kaya, please.
What happened is, number one, he doesn't respect Biden at all, not even a little bit. And who the hell would? But he doesn't respect him. But when he saw what happened in Afghanistan, how horribly that was handled, number one, you take the soldiers out last, not first. Okay, that was their big mistake. And we had that thing charted out, and they weren't obeying us. They weren't. Abdul is the head of the Taliban.
Abdul!
Boom, boom. He had to do all these things.
I told him, Abdul, you're not going to take over. Even though I told him you are going to take over inevitably, but you're not going to take over, Abdul.
Some he didn't do. I said, nope, you're not doing. You got to do them all. This guy he immediately took he left the equipment behind, 13 soldiers dead, but he took everybody out. He took his soldiers out before. A child would know. That's where Milley was so stupid. He was such a stupid guy, Milley. Okay, those generals should have all been fired. The people that were involved with Afghanistan should have all been fired. Then they'd be writing books about him, how stupid he was and bad he was. But you take your soldiers out last. I had a big rally, and I saw a child.
What do you say to the point I've seen made that Trump is good to have in charge because having the crazy guy with a gun on your side is the only place you want him? Wait, what? That analogy makes no sense. First of all, you don't want a crazy guy in your house with a gun, I think. I don't. Maybe you do. And secondly, it's like the argument is like, if we don't let Trump become president, he's going to kill us. He's going to be the crazy guy outside with a gun and he's going to shoot and kill you. That also doesn't make sense. And last but not least, it doesn't matter who sits atop that fucking arsenal, dog. You would want a responsible elder statesman to be in charge of that, which was ironically what do you call it? What Joe Biden claimed he was going to be, which he showed us he wasn't.
In the front row about a year and a half ago, and I called the child up. I said, do you mind if I borrow your child? Oh, yes, please. And they came up, kids 5 years. I gave them quick details, you know. I said, we want to get out of this place, and we have this, and we have this, and we have the equipment. I gave them a little thing. I said, do you take your soldiers out first or last after everything's done? You take them out last, sir. A child would know that. We took our soldiers out first.
What was your plan?
And we left Bagram.
Well, not only that, we left billions of dollars worth of equipment and military vehicles that they use for parades now.
This is one of the craziest aspects of like guys who are supposed to understand how this stuff works. It's common practice to leave old equipment because it's significantly cheaper to just like fuck it up and just leave it behind. That's a very common American military practice. The logistics of bringing back all of that old, destroyed equipment to the United States of America is infinitely more costly. Even I fucking know this, and I don't even like the military. It doesn't make any sense. This is not a talking point. Why is it, bro, why is it that even like military veterans act like, because Trump says it, they fucking think that this is not the normal way to do it? I just don't get it. Like, even fucking dumbass hog vets who are so invested in Donald Trump just, I guess, forget their own lived experience or something. Because Donald Trump said so, he must know better? Like, what the fuck? I actually don't understand it at all.
The best equipment, to embarrass us, the best equipment in the world.
The Taliban parade where they've got tanks rolling down the streets and Blackhawks flying is the craziest thing I've ever seen. The fact that we left all that stuff there.
The best equipment in the world behind.
What would you have done differently?
Well, number one, we would have taken it out. Just so you...
Come on, you're not this much of an idiot. It's not rusty old equipment. It's modern equipment, and they can move that shit to a neighboring country. They don't have to lug it back to the USA. Dog, I am describing the way that normal military practice works in the United States of America. You're wrong. They of course don't leave like the best new technology behind. They do fly that back. But what I'm describing is standard operating practice. It is just how it works. The Humvees that were left behind were supposed to be the Afghan army and their Humvees. Like, they're not, what do you mean? Or standard operating procedure, sorry, not practice. Standard operating procedure. I don't think a lot of people understand, like, the American military is very fucking expensive and very destructive on the planet. And that is when they're not bombing. Even when they're not bombing areas, they're still very destructive. You definitely can admit they didn't operate with a plan. They fucked that up. Dude, I'm sorry. You are such a fucking stupid person if you think that the Defense Department was like, oopsie, we left behind valuable munitions and equipment in Afghanistan. One, this withdrawal was Donald Trump's plan. Joe Biden executed it. He demonstrated political courage to execute the plan, okay, to actually do a withdrawal from Afghanistan. Every single conflict that the United States of America is engaged in overseas, they always leave behind older military equipment, either for the domestic forces that they've trained or directly leave behind discarded military equipment. Why do they do this? Because that military equipment oftentimes needs technical prowess to operate and requires constant maintenance, and those parts are inaccessible. So the idea is, instead of lugging all this old surplus shit back and trying to fix it and then, I don't know, reintegrate it into the military, since we already have a steady flow of new weapons that we're building on a regular basis, shouts out to the military industrial complex, we just leave this shit behind. The idea that you were like supposed to take it out of Afghanistan and send it somewhere else is a logistical nightmare that the Defense Department does not want to engage in. This is silly. They literally left people behind. And yes, it was originally botched by Trump. I agree. But due to that, the Dems overreacted and pulled out too abruptly. What do you mean? What are you talking about? This was not fucking botched by the Democratic Party nor the Department of Defense under Democratic leadership. It's not Joe Biden also making these decisions ultimately. In terms of the logistics, it's a 20-year occupation with a litany of different complications and many fuck-ups. Having said that, it's not like Biden was like, pull out now, Jack. And then they were like, oh, no, but we have our stuff. What do you mean? Like, but we just left behind all this like cool shit. Like, we need to take it out. And Joe was like, no, I said, give it to the Taliban. Pull out now. Give it to the Taliban. It's not haha felt like that. Just think critically, please. The American military employs hundreds of thousands of people that are specifically working on shit like this. There is a chain of command. Just because Joe Biden is sitting on top of it doesn't mean that he just gets to go, all right. Yeah. He called up the CENTCOM commander and he was like, he called up the CENTCOM commander and the CENTCOM commander was like, listen, Mr. President, I know you're the commander in chief, but we have an arsenal here that would be really dangerous if the Taliban got their hands on it. They're making real quick advances, much faster than we originally thought. The Afghan military is falling apart. And Joe was like, pull out now. I don't care. I love the Taliban. Have you seen those boys on roller skates? I want them to have the best gear. And the CENTCOM commander was like, all right, sir, we're doing it.
Yeah, just go back a little bit further. I had a couple of conversations with Abdul. And from the time I had those conversations, because they were shooting our soldiers, with the sniper stuff, they were shooting a lot of them. They were shooting a lot with Obama, much less with me, but they were shooting them. And I said, get this guy on the phone. the press went nuts when they heard this. I had a great conversation with him. It was a tough conversation. 18 months later, there wasn't one soldier that was ever shot at. And even Biden admitted it in a moment of stupidity because he shouldn't admit it. His people.
67 people died in Afghanistan when Donald Trump was in Afghanistan and didn't pull out. 13 people were shot at and killed. 13 of our best soldiers, but 13 nonetheless. When Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, I feel like numbers on the board, Donald Trump worse overall. Again, another fact that for some weird reason Democrats don't mention whenever these idiots fucking bring this shit up, which I guess it's better not to even talk about this because the reality of the matter is it's a stupid thing that absolutely zero people care about. I'm sorry, you will never, ever in a million years convince me that there is even one fucking voter, and that is included, but not limited to the immediate family members of the 13 veterans, 13 of our best soldiers that died in Afghanistan, that are voting for Donald Trump just for that reason. Okay? It is not something that any American cares about when they're going into the fucking voting booth. Okay? It's not. Except for me. I'm voting because Joe Biden did that. That's why I'm writing in Biden.
Went nuts. He said, yeah, well, I will admit, no soldier. We didn't have a soldier killed in 18 months in Afghanistan. Not one soldier was killed because he understood what was going to happen if that happened. I didn't have one soldier. Then when I left, after having gotten more votes than any sitting president in the history of the country and much more votes than I got in 2016, when I left, they started shooting our soldiers. But more importantly, what they did is they did that whole thing with, leaving. He shouldn't have left. Number one, should have left from Bagram because Bagram's this massive base. It's got tremendous acreage around it. Tremendous. It's a very big. It was built many years ago. And part of the reason you wouldn't have taken that is because it goes to China. 1 hour from where China makes its nuclear missiles, you should have never left Bagram. Number one, they should have left from Bagram. They should have left last. They should have got, we have Americans that are still there. They should have taken all their equipment out. Everything, every plane, every screw should have been taken out, every tent. And I said that's when I realized that Millie was a dummy. I said, we're leaving, but I want to get everything out. Sir, it's cheaper to leave it. I said, what do you mean
cheaper to leave
it?
it?
Yeah, he said it's cheaper to leave it. That was
cheaper.
Cheaper. He said it's cheaper. Sir.
Not more dangerous.
He just said cheaper. I said, I want every plane. I want every tank. I want the goggles. They have night goggles. They have all this stuff that these guys now have. He said, sir, it's cheaper to get out and leave it. I said, so you think it's cheaper to leave a $150 million brand new airplane in there than it is to fly it out with a tank of jet fuel and put it in Pakistan or just fly it directly back?
Oh, so everybody understands what I was just saying. It's just Trump disagrees with it. So I was right. It's crazy. I'm a combat veteran. I was deployed to Afghanistan. Nothing valuable was left there. Everything left there was not valuable. And the cost of moving it outweighed the cost of the equipment, which is likely outdated because the military is expensive. They're fucking cheap. Hasan been right. Lamau. No, it's kind of crazy that Donald Trump is literally explaining the actual professionals in his military telling him, no, you're fucking stupid in the gentlest ways possible. And Donald Trump is like, no, you're wrong. You're wrong.
It's cheaper to live. I said, this guy's nuts. I'm telling you, he was so stupid. He was so unwise. He was like an unwise
Me, on
man.
the other hand, I'm wise.
And there were a number of them. But I defeated ISIS with the greatest generals. I had a guy who was so great.
Hate to say it, Trump is right, Lamau. U.S. turns $486 million Afghan air fleet into $32,000 of scrap metal. No, that's not what we're talking about. They instead of shipping the fucking planes back, they turned it into scrap metal. The 16 cargo planes it purchased for almost $500 million. But that's from 2014. So it's not like it happened with Donald Trump. And last but not least, this is precisely what I am talking about. The U.S. military's modus operandi is literally to fucking scrap shit instead of flying it back. It's the valuable equipment that is too expensive. This is an article from 2014, for the record, not under Trump, just so you guys understand. Okay. If you're talking about military waste, that's fair. Okay, the military is endlessly wasteful. But the standard practice for the military is to either scrap shit that they think is too costly to fucking fly back, especially because we already have new gear that we have new gear in the military industrial complex that are constantly being made. It's all a fucking grift. But ultimately, Trump's argument that like, oh, that's stupid. I can't believe you left the equipment behind is idiotic. That's how it works.
I flew to Iraq and I met the real generals, not these idiots that we deal with. And we knocked out, I defeated 100% of the ISIS caliphate. They said it would take 5 years. I did it in a matter of literally a few weeks. And we hit them hard. And he said, so we're going to hit him here, we're going to hit him there, we're going to hit him here, there. And I said, this guy's great. I like this guy. I was told it would take 5 years. That's why I went. I said, how could it take 5 years? We have brand new fighters. We have the best planes, the best weapons, the best guns, the best bombs. How could it possibly take that long? And I flew and left at 3 o'clock in the morning. Nobody knew I was going. I got on Air Force One and we started flying. And when we reached about half an hour away from Iraq, that was where the airport was, big airport, about a half an hour away, they said, sir, I'm sorry, you'll have to turn off all your lights. Why? We're getting close to our site, our land. I said, you mean we spent $8 trillion and we can't leave the lights? So think of this, 20 years, $8 trillion and we can't leave the lights on in a plane. I said, that's okay, turn the lights on. I'm not going to fight them. That's one thing.
This is because it's too dangerous?
Yeah, too dangerous, because they see the light up in the air. They'll shoot at it, So I said, turn the lights off. Then they said, sir, we're going to also pull your shades if that's okay. I said, that's okay. The plane was pitch black, all the lights outside, the blinking, they call them the blinking reds, they were all turned off. And I like to sit with pilots a lot of times, and these guys are specimens. I always say they're better looking than Tom Cruise. Okay.
I want to fuck them. I want to fucking suck them. They're so hot. They're so sexy. They're sit on their laps. How are you going to tell me that this man is not asexual, biromantic? Biromantic, asexual. They're so hot and they're better looking than Tom Cruise. They're so sexy. The way they handle that plane, the way they steer it, they held the joystick. I'm like, hold my joystick, please.
And they're even taller, like perfect specimens. These guys, like for a fighter, you have some guys that are perfect specimens. These guys, and they pick the best pilots in the Air Force, United States Air Force, to fly Air Force One. And I get up there, and I'm sitting, and I'm feeling my way up. It's up high because 747, so you go through the stairs. But I sort of knew my way up. There wasn't a light in the plane. I'm saying, can you imagine? We spent trillions of dollars, and we're trying to fly in blind. But I got into the plane. The cockpit is dark black, little tiny light. You could see the pilot, a perfect-looking human being. His co-pilot, everybody was perfect. They were all like movie stars. It's like I could have cast a movie with these guys and nobody would believe it because they were too good-looking. So I said, how are we doing, Captain? Sir, we'll be landing in 10 minutes. And I look outside. There's not a light. And I'm saying, I've landed a lot of planes. And you see like little lights at least. There's nothing. It's just pure desert. And I said, okay, Captain, good, but I'm looking. Now you've been in many planes where it has the computer sign saying 1,000 feet, goes 1,900, 800. It's a computer voice, but it sounds like, but it's an incredible voice. 700. I said, Captain, are we okay? I'm looking, are we okay, Captain? There's no lights. And I'm looking, normally when you land a plane, because I sit with pilots a lot, I think it's great. I think it's a great profession, everything. It's incredible. They're incredible. These machines are incredible. He said, sir, we're fine. No problem, sir. I said,
I swear, he's turned on, dude. He's horned up. He's literally fucking hornier than Austin. He is like, look at him. He's nutting. Oh, these pilots, they're so good. Oh, they got such luscious locks of hair. I want to smell them. I copped a peek one time, trying to make out the outline of their penis.
I'm going, I don't see the lights up there, Captain. Sure, we're okay. So, I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit. You know, problem with exaggerating, they'll tell the story. They'll say Trump was a coward. So I'm sitting with him. He goes, 500, and I'm telling you, there wasn't a light on the runway, nothing. And we're going in.
This is giving. This reminds me of the time when he was like sitting on that fire truck and he was going like he has some moments where he's just like he turns into a child. This is childlike wonderment. Okay, he's kid mode right now. It's kind of cute.
Okay, Captain, everything good? Yes, sir. No problem. We'll be down in about 1 minute, sir. And I'm telling you, Joe, you know, there's always a light. There's not a little pin.
There's always a light.
And all of a sudden, psh, and you hear, blah, blah, perfect landing like glass. That's how good. I mean, these guys, between the equipment and it's genius. It's pure. It was so dark, you couldn't see a thing. There was no runway. You wouldn't know where the hell you are. You're in the middle of a desert. And then I got out of the plane. I said, thank you, Captain. That's a great job. And then I got out of the plane, and I'm going down, and I see a general and another general. And I see a staff sergeant, a drill sergeant, and various guys, all central casting. Central casting. They said, sir, would you like to rest? I said, I don't want to rest. I want to figure out what the hell are we doing with ISIS.
I want to fight.
We can't. It's going to take years. No, sir, we can do it very quickly, sir. And anyway, we go into the room. I mean, Biden would have taken a nap for 4 days and then left without a meeting. So we go into the room, and they have these guys. I say, how long can you do it? How long? We can do it in a couple of weeks, sir. I said, wait a minute. They told me 5 years. We can do it in, I don't know, he gave me a number, like in no time. I said, why haven't you done it? Because the orders came in from Washington, sir, and they would come here and tell us what to do. Don't you challenge us? We're not allowed to do that, sir. That's not the military way. They tell us what to do, and we have to respect them.
So do you think that it was incompetence why they didn't go after ISIS?
I think it's a bad system. You know, when Mattis goes there or when Milley goes there, who's stupid, and they tell these guys that are actually smart what to do, and the guys that are smart are saying, we don't.
How is this meant to convince normies to vote? Like, I can't imagine some dude watching this and going, I really, really want to vote for this guy. When you think about like the dumbest person in your friend group, go lower than that, like a lot lower. Okay. There is no bottom there. No, they watch this, like I said, and they're like, oh man, he's so cool. I also want to be on a plane like that and say, Drill Sergeant Marine. I would do the same thing. I'll be like, damn, Mr. Drill Sergeant Marine General, sir. That's what I would say to myself. Like, dudes under the age of 25 have dropped off a fucking cliff. I saw it was like 51% 2020 for Joe Biden. For men under the age of 30 or 25, Joe Biden had 51% support. Now it's at like 29% or something. It's really fucking bad.
I don't like what they're doing, but they're not allowed to sort of counteract. Plus, the guys that went there are arrogant. You know, they're arrogant fools.
Look at the comments. They're all pain eaters from around the world, Lamau. Yeah, these are also the same guys that are falling for crypto rug pulls. These are the same guys that think Andrew Tate is like cool. They're just like responding to shapes and colors, man. That's it. Like the space that we are in, this community is like an island, okay? The space that we're in is a very male-dominated, under the age of 35 space, Twitch in general. And it is infested with the most toxic right-wing fucking politics for the most part. No matter how hard you fucking moderate that shit. And that's it. There's a lot of dudes out there who are just, like I said, responding to fucking shapes and colors, living their daily lives, you know? And they watch something like this and they think to themselves, well, Kamala Harris is not very charismatic. We agree on that. And they go, who would I rather vote for if I were to even vote? Definitely this guy. The dumbest guy you know is going to listen to Joe Rogan and Donald Trump talk. And he's going to think like, well, you know, I might get some money if I vote for Donald Trump. That's what everybody told me. The economy is going to be better. And he's going to go out and vote for Donald Trump. And he's going to think Donald Trump is so personable and so normal, as opposed to Kamala Harris, who's so robotic. Also a black woman from California. A lot going against her in that field. And that's it.
fools. They're like stupid fools. The way they pulled out of, the way they, as an example, the way they pulled out of Afghanistan with the people falling off the planes.
It's a disgrace.
It was worse than Vietnam with the helicopters falling. It was so bad. There was no reason for it. Anyway, so we knocked them out. And, I mean, we have great military. We have great people, but not the television guys. And I rebuilt the military, and then they gave a chunk of it. Now, I have to tell you, as much as it is, it's a tiny little piece.
I'll be shocked if she won at this point. No, once again, we're in a heavy male-dominated under 35 space. So regardless of what this community's attitude is, like this community in particular, the reason why you have this sense that like Donald Trump is actually cooking is because if you're a man and you're surrounded by other men in our age group, they are definitely way more pro-Trump. The problem is they also don't like the vote that much. Well, I guess the problem for Trump is that they don't like the vote that much. But that's the reason why you think personally in all of your interactions with people, you get this understanding that Trump is doing a lot better than he actually is. What do you mean, our Unc? Bitch, I'm 33. I'm still under the 35 demo. Did you get to the part where he rants about a plane he rode on with no lights and hot piles for 20 minutes? Yeah, we just finished it. It's literally, you just caught it on the tail end. It was fantastic. Do you ever get tired of using Trump's exact playbook for avoiding criticism and responsibility? No, I think it's a banger playbook, and I love using that to avoid criticism and responsibility. Thank you. I like that this guy, in his mind, I have so much space. I occupy so much space in his mind that, like, I'm basically Trump. Maybe even more important than Trump.
Believe it or not, we have an unbelievable... I rebuilt the military. I rebuilt our nuclear. And in a way, I hated to redo it, but I got to realize how powerful that nuclear is, Joe. One bomb, Israel is gone, but forget. One bomb could take out the entire East Coast. It's so bad. And I watch these poor fools talking about our oceans will rise 1/8 of an inch over the next 500 years. I mean, we have people, we have countries. Right now you have 5 countries. And don't underestimate North. If you take a look at North Korea, I was there. I mean, I was with Kim Jong. I had a great I got along great with him. You know, the press says he got along great. That's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a great thing. Obama thought we were going to go to war with North Korea. When I met with Obama just prior to the takeover, you know, you meet, you have a sort of a ceremonial meeting. But it lasted a long time, a lot longer than it was supposed to last. I said, what's the biggest problem? He said, North Korea. By the time I finished, we had no problem with North Korea. We were really, it was a little tough at the beginning, remember? Mm-hmm. He said, I have a red button on my desk. I said, I have a red button also, but mine's bigger than yours and mine works.
I liked how you called him Little Rocket Man.
I said, yeah.
There you go. If you want to understand the mentality of a lot of American voters, especially young men, what Joe Rogan right there did, it demonstrates everything. I like what you said. He's a little rocket man. That ruled. I'm voting for you, sir. Like, I thought that was funny, too. But I don't think that would motivate me. Like, I don't think that should motivate anyone, as a matter of fact, to go out and vote for him. But that's it. That's like, for a lot of guys, they're just like, yeah, that was sick. Shut up, you eat shitting. I can't wait to enslave liberals when Trump wins. Shut up, you shit-eating Arab. What is going on right now? You okay, dude? JK. Okay, good one, man. You know when you say stuff like that, you get a side-wide ban, right?
Little Rocket. I said, Little Rocket Man, you're going to burn in hell. And it was a rough...
Yeah.
Oh, so rough that people were worried. This is crazy. And then one day, I got a call. Sort of like a fight. I got a call. You know, you ever see one of them pounding, then all of a sudden...
The left villainize men and then act surprised they vote for Trump. Man, shut the fuck up. You're such a bitch. Okay? No, this is such bitch-made ass bullshit. First of all, I'm a man, dumbass. Okay? I'm a man too. All right? The idea that like, oh, men are being vilified, and that's why I'm such a fucking ginormous pussy that I just decided that I'm going to change my entire worldview. Like, I hate this shit. I hate it so much. Be a fucking man, okay? Stop being a goddamn bitch. Oh, people were mean to me. People were mean to me. First of all, half the time, when people are criticizing something like toxic masculinity, you don't have to subscribe to that. You don't have to be like, that's me, they're shitting on me. You can maybe look at it and then decide that there's valid criticisms there. And if you recognize some of your own behavior in what they're criticizing, maybe change it. I hate this shit. Anyway.
But I got a call, and it was from him, meaning his people.
Nah, he's right. Is the English teacher vibes y'all give off? What? English teacher vibes? What English teacher vibe? What English teachers told you to stop being a fucking bitch? You broke this chatter about crypto. They were previously subscribed for 14 months. Wait, this is a crypto lever? Trump 2024? Oh my God, not men. Spam M word. Whining about NFT being a scam instead of making filthy money, Lamau. Oh my God. This is a unique one. In the where are they now category, this is one of my favorite ones. Respect, chatter. I hope your portfolio is doing fantastic. Multi-millionaire streamer telling audience NFTs are a scam. Cars are a depreciating asset, Lamau. Wait 5 years, chat. See you then. Y'all are late. Sell it after you screenshot. You can't, Lamau. Knowing nothing about crypto but still forming opinions, Lamau. Sounds like chat. How am I coping, Lamau? Keep thinking crypto is a scam. See you in 5 to 10 years. It didn't even take 5 to 10 years, bro. What happened? Isn't branding ivermectin a horse dewormer, a form of misinformation when it has been used as humans for decades safely? Not saying it's good for COVID. Yo, how's that fucking crypto punk you're holding, dude? Are you filthy rich off crypto? What happened? Why is this guy not responding? How are your apes doing, big dog? The funniest part is if he had listened to me, he wouldn't be in a worse financial situation overall. Because that's what I was warning my fan base about. What I was warning my fan base about at the time was don't get into this crypto shit. It's fucking nonsense. It is so stupid. Please do not get scammed. And this guy was like, nah, dog, I'm going to get scammed and there's nothing you can do about it, you fucking stupid idiot. Shroud is currently playing a crypto game right now. Why aren't my messages showing up? Okay. Are you actually telling me that NFTs are not a scam? Because Shroud is playing a crypto game? Is that what you're saying? I think it's pretty funny because I was just talking about how like there's a lot of dumbasses out there who are pro-Trump who, you know, think about all the dumb people that get duped into crypto schemes. Like think about all the dumb people that get duped into crypto schemes. Those guys are all voting for Trump. And this guy just proved that like right there. You couldn't have even, I couldn't have written this. I don't think you understand crypto and NFTs. Stick to being a fake socialist, you dumbass. Lol. Good one, dude. To be fair, NFTs are a scam, but projects like Chainlink are working with the IMF, Swift, JP Morgan to bring up real assets in the blockchain. It's great. Is there more from this guy? I want to hear more from this guy. They are not inherently a scam. So how's your NFT portfolio doing? If they weren't a scam, you making billions now? The fuck are you doing? Shroud isn't live. Did chatter fall for a fake crypto Shroud stream? Oh my gosh, Shroud is not even live? Wait, no way. Shroud is probably playing COD right now. It just came out. There's no fucking way. That chatter is really lost in the sauce. He's not responding about the questions directed at his current NFT portfolio.
They wanted to meet. They wouldn't meet Obama. He tried to meet. They wouldn't even talk to him about it. And I think he expected to go to war. I actually do. I believe he expected to go. And we checked their nuclear stockpile. It is substantial. I mean, I said, do you do anything? I got to know him very well. I got to know him better than anybody. And I said, do you ever do anything else? Why don't you go take it easy and relax? Go to the beach. You have beautiful beach, nice beachfront property. You know, kiddingly. I said,
Right.
You're always building nuclear. Just relax. You don't have to do it. Let's build some condos on your shoreline. They actually have gorgeous stuff. And he said, I just have to do it because I need it for my safety, etc. I got to know him very well. We had no problem with him. If you have a smart problem, if you have really the right president, a smart president, you're not going to have a problem. And I say it to people, we have a bigger problem, in my opinion, with the enemy from within. And it drives them crazy when I use that term. But we have an enemy from within. We have people that are really bad people that I really think want to make this country unsuccessful. When you look at what's happening at our border, Joe, when you have people coming in that when other countries are allowed to empty their prisons into our country with murderers, We had 13,099 murderers dropped in our country over the last 3 years.
And 15,000 rapists convicted.
Rapists?
What?
Yeah.
Drug dealers?
Dude. I can't. Okay. Dude. Nah, I can't finish this for now. I'm gonna get back to it. I'm an hour and 12 minutes into the Rogan Trump interview. Is by far the worst single major political candidate I've ever seen in my life. Embarrassing isn't a strong enough word. I'm in awe of how horribly stupid it is. Here was Joe Rogan, by the way. Here's what he had said previously about interviewing Donald Trump, which is, I think, an interesting moment of self-reflection. This is a clip from an interview that Joe Rogan conducted with Lex Friedman a long time ago. I forget when, but this is before the interview that he did with Trump.
I'm not a Trump supporter in any way, shape, or form. I've had the opportunity to have him on my show more than once. I've said no every time. I don't want to help him. I'm not interested in helping him.
The night is still young. We'll see.
If I have him on, the night is still young?
Yeah.
You think I'll have him on?
I think you'll have him on.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you think that? Because you'll have Putin on?
And you're competitive as fuck. No.
Delusionality was a word made for you. What is going on today, man? W Trump, stupid chat. HasanAbi, you're so dumb. At least I'm happy that we have like Trump supporters in the chat again, and it's not just like fucking people who say that they're liberal, but then also are like perma tilted about fucking, you know, doing genocide in Gaza.
Dealers?
Wait, what am I doing? Oh, let's finish
I
this.
think ultimately, I mean, you've had a lot of people that I think you may otherwise be skeptical. Would I have a good conversation? Which I think is your metric. You don't care about politics, so can I have a good conversation? And I think you had like people like Kanye on, for example, and you had a great conversation with him. I think but
Kanye's an artist. Like, but Kanye doing well or not doing well doesn't change the course of our country.
Yeah, but do you really bear the responsibility of the course of our country based on a conversation?
So this is really interesting because this comes with a recognition that his interviews have the capacity to fucking normalize certain positions and maybe even offer like good PR, good positive PR to certain people.
I think you can revitalize and rehabilitate someone's image in a way that is pretty shocking.
It's shocking that Joe Rogan was like not oblivious to that. So this means that when he did this to Alex Jones, when he did this to all these like white supremacists, he did it deliberately. Imagine changing your opinion on someone. Yeah, I can. I know that. I understand that. I wasn't showing this to be like Joe Rogan's mind hasn't changed or something. I was showing this interview, or I was showing that conversation specifically to show you that he changed his mind on it. That's why I showed you that. What the fuck? God damn, dude. Holy shit.